Chapter 2987. Duan Lingtian used the law of Earth's elemental profundity to block Xue Jing Yu's lightning net. Apart from that, the Golden Buddha raised his umbrella to block Xue Jing Yu's lightning-fast celestial saber. The Earth elemental profundity? Although Xue Jing Yu was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden use of the Earth elemental profundity, he was like an arrow that had been knocked. It was too late for him to change his attack. If he changed his attack, it would not be as powerful as it was now. For this reason, he could only grit his teeth and endure. You've comprehended the law of Earth's elemental profundity, and I've also comprehended the law of Thunder's thunder elemental profundity. My Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are definitely not inferior to yours. I'd like to see how you're going to face me head-on. Xue Jingyu sneered disdainfully as he thought to himself, if Duan Lingtian dares to face me head-on, I'm sure he'll be at a disadvantage. Chaos Divine Earth, are you sure you're capable of blocking his attack? You should know that I won't be able to block his attack. At most, I'll be able to block a portion of his attack. Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Xue Jingyu charging toward him like a bolt of lightning. Brat, how dare you doubt me? Just watch and see. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with anger and embarrassment. Clearly, it was angered by Duan Lingtian's words. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian calmed down and unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity. This was the first time he had unleashed his celestial origin energy without holding back since he had become a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of Earth's elemental profundity. Its strength was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy. Boom. Rumble. The long staff in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a dragon. When the celestial core power, which was infused with the earth element, surged out, the long staff in the hands of the Golden Buddha shadow that rose from the surface of his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. The staff rose and fell as if it contained an earth-shattering power. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's staff and Xue Jingyu's immortal saber crossed each other, as if intentionally avoiding Xue Jingyu's immortal saber. The next moment, the long staff in his hand, with the power of thunder, smashed fiercely into the thunder net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body. This Duan Lingtian actually dodged Xue Jingyu's direct attack? Is he planning to perish together with Xue Jingyu? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they'll perish together, but it's certain that both sides will suffer. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I wonder if Xue Jingyu will choose to perish together with Duan Lingtian or retreat with only minor injuries. However, if that's the case, Xue Jingyu will only suffer minor injuries, and Duan Lingtian won't be injured. It won't be difficult for Xue Jingyu to defeat him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a daredevil. He dodged Xue Jingyu's attack and attacked Xue Jingyu's body, allowing Xue Jingyu's attack to land on his body. This scene shocked the onlookers. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong was dumbfounded. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the others who were standing next to him were also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so ruthless. At this moment, many onlookers felt their scalps go numb when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This purple-clad young man was a madman. Moreover, he was a madman who did not care about his own life. You want to perish together? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see who's more injured, you or me. Xue Jingyu was frightened by Duan Lingtian's daredevil attack. He was furious as well. He swung his celestial saber with all his might as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's long rod landed on the lightning net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body with a loud bang. At the same time, it slowed down a little. It was clear the rod had suffered a lot of resistance. Chi. At the same time, the celestial saber in Xue Jingyu's hand shot out lightning bolts in all directions and landed on the umbrella held by the Golden Buddha silhouette. The khaki-colored light on the umbrella rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. After about a breath, the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's long rod's energy was slightly depleted by the lightning net, it still managed to shatter the lightning net. On the other hand, no matter how hard Xue Jingyu tried to wield the celestial saber in his hand, and no matter how hard the khaki-colored light on the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shook, he still could not break the umbrella's defense. Boom! After the lightning net was shattered, Duan Lingtian brought his long rod down on Xue Jingyu's body. Whoosh! At this moment, the silhouette of a suit of armor suddenly appeared on Xue Jingyu's body. The golden light on the armor was so dense that it seemed as though nothing could penetrate it. Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts intersecting in the golden light. It was clear the golden light had been infused with Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the imperial family of the Southern Qi Nation has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't expect the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation to have it. The emperor of the Southern Qi Nation is really generous. It's only natural that the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation gave the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation to protect himself, since he's about to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy is much stronger than Duan Lingtian's second king-grade celestial weapon. It's an offensive defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The crowd was still in shock when they saw the golden armor on Xue Jingyu's body. I was just about to stop, but I didn't expect Xue Jingyu to be wearing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was about to withdraw his hand, stopped. The rod that contained a tyrannical force smashed onto the golden armor. This time, the golden light celestial armor lasted for 3 breaths. However, after 3 breaths, the golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Xue Jingyu's robe was torn to shreds, revealing a dimly glowing armor. It was none other than the golden light celestial armor, the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi Nation's imperial family. Since most of Xue Jingyu's strength was focused on offense, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could use on his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, it was still shocking that the golden light celestial armor could last for 3 breaths. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's staff had only expended a little of its energy after Xue Jingyu's first layer of defense, the golden light celestial armor. This time, Duan Lingtian's staff was mostly depleted by the golden light celestial armor. The remaining energy landed on Xue Jingyu's body and sent him flying. However, he was only slightly injured. Bang! After the onlookers saw Xue Jingyu's body fly out like an arrow from a bow, they heard a loud sound. It was a very solid sound. Barf! As his body was sent flying, the pale-faced Xue Jingyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, the crowd's attention only lingered on the injured Xue Jingyu for a moment before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Because Duan Lingtian currently stood there with an umbrella in one hand and a rod in the other, and his expression remained unchanged as he was carefree as before. Most importantly, he was completely unscathed. How's this possible? He's unscathed. What a terrifying defense. Don't tell me he has mastered another defensive profundity from the law of Earth? That's impossible. If he had used another profundity, the celestial kings here would have noticed it, right? The crowd was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed while Xue Jingyu was injured. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, even Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. In truth, he did not have full confidence in Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was prepared to fight to a draw or Duan Lingtian would be defeated. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Not only did Duan Lingtian defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, but he was also unharmed. Duan Lingtian had completely withstood Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast attack. Based on Xue Jingyu's earlier attack, even a one basic celestial duke who hasn't comprehended any profundities wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily, right? After a while, Hu Lin finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps Duan Lingtian might be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Linyi was certain Xue Jingyu would be able to rank in the top 100 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Hu Linyi was even more confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Hu Linyi did not dare to think about Duan Lingtian ranking in the top 3 or even first place. The Thousand Nations territory was vast. Apart from the people from the Thousand Nations territory, there were also people from other Grade 8 forces and Grade 7 forces among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. In the profound Nether Mansion, Grade 7 forces were led by the 3 sects and 2 clans. The strength of the other Grade 7 forces was inferior to the 3 sects and 2 clans. If the other Grade 7 forces wanted to join the profound Nether Mansion, they would have to show their talents to the high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, they would have to go through the 3 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, many genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces would enter and join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Occasionally, there would be some genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Although Duan Lingtian is very strong, it seems like he hasn't comprehended a second profundity from the law of Earth. He's still not strong enough to face the genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces. Chapter 2988. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian for the first time. He had originally thought that he already understood this brother Duan well enough. However, it seemed like his knowledge of Duan Lingtian was only a drop in the ocean. No wonder he's able to defeat me with just one move, even though he's a heaven stage, overarching, Heavenly Supreme Celestial, without comprehending any profundities from the law. I can't believe I thought he's no match for Xue Jingyu. Huang Jialong was shocked and sighed repeatedly. At this moment, the other people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. How's this possible? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has comprehended the second profundity from the law of Earth? I think so as well. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince so easily? Moreover, he defeated the second prince unscathed. The people from the Southern Qi Nation looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief when they regained their senses. The emperor of the Southern Qi Nation looked at Duan Lingtian after he was certain his son was fine. His expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would never have initiated the bet, because the outcome of this bet was purely him lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He wanted to humiliate the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, but he did not expect he would be the one humiliated in the end. It was not a big deal for him to lose a king-grade celestial weapon. What was more important to him was his pride. Thank you, Emperor Xue. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, laughed when he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation. At this moment, he felt extremely proud of himself. Emperor Hu, I have to admit that you're quite lucky to have such a talented sectless cultivator come to the supporting Fall Nation to compete for a spot in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Xue Mingkai remained calm when he saw Hu Linyi's smug expression. No matter what, you and the Southern Qi Nation have lost. Hearing Xue Mingkai's words, Hu Linyi knew that Xue Mingkai was deliberately saying that. I've lost this bet. However, in terms of how outstanding your son is, you, Emperor Hu, have to admit that you're inferior to me, right? Xue Mingkai smiled. Humph. Stop trying to change the topic. Hu Linyi's face darkened when Xue Mingkai hit his sore spot. You'd better take out the money you lost. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Xue Mingkai smiled faintly as he took out a sword and handed it over to Hu Linyi. The sword was a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian. After tossing a king-grade celestial sword to Hu Linyi, Xue Ming turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a grin on his face, if you're interested in entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on behalf of the Southern Qi Nation, I'm willing to give you my son's golden celestial armor. Xue Mingkai's words caused an uproar. Emperor Xue is really generous. The Golden Celestial Armor is the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi nation's imperial family. It's worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times more valuable than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Emperor Shui has high hopes for Duanling Tian. With Duanling Tian's strength, it'll be a piece of cake for him to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30 after he leaves the lower realm, Emperor Shui will be able to obtain more benefits than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. In my opinion, based on Duanling Tian's strength, it's not impossible for him to rank in the top 10. If Duanling Tian manages to rank in the top 10, Emperor Shui will definitely benefit more than a purely defensive celestial weapon. When the onlookers saw Shui Mingkai was trying to use a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to poach Duanling Tian from the supporting Fall Nation, they turned to look at Duanling Tian. At this moment, even Shui Jingyu, who had returned to Shui Mingcai's side in his golden celestial armor, did not show any displeasure. In fact, as though he was complimenting Shui Mingcai's words, he put on a new robe and removed the golden celestial armor from his body. Hu Linyi's expression was unsightly. He did not expect Shui Mingcai would be so shameless as to openly poach him from the supporting Fall Nation. Hu Linyi took a deep breath before he handed the king-grade celestial sword to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he took out a green celestial talisman and handed it to Duanling Tian. This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7-star celestial king. It can only be used once. Once you crush it, you'll gain speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes. Hu Linyi added, in fact, he's even faster than most celestial kings. Clearly, this was the Gale talisman that Hu Linyi had promised to give to Duanling Tian as a reward for helping him win the bet. Faster than most celestial kings? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he received the Gale talisman. He asked instinctively, "Faster than you, Your Majesty? My speed isn't even half as fast as this talisman." Hu Linyi smiled wryly. The Gale talisman that he had given to Duanling Tian was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up even more. Based on his understanding of celestial talismans, the value of such a talisman was not inferior to an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Shui Mingcai, the emperor of the Southern Qi nation, scoffed and said, "Emperor Hu, you're really stingy." Then, he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Duanling Tian, if you're willing to represent the Southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, not only will I give you the Golden Radiant Celestial Armor, but I'll also give you 2 celestial talismans. One of them is a Gale talisman that's even more powerful than the one Hu Linyi gave you. Apart from that, I'll also give you an offensive celestial talisman that's comparable to the full strength attack of a 1 basic celestial king. If you find the right opportunity, even an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke won't be able to escape death from this offensive celestial talisman." Shui Mingcai said, "This offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the 3 Gale talismans I gave you. In the Devata realms, the more powerful an offensive celestial talisman was, the harder it was to inscribe it. Therefore, the value of an offensive celestial talisman that was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 1 basic celestial king was much higher than a speed celestial talisman that was comparable to the 5 elements godly king's speed for a period of time." Gasp, 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 gasp. Hearing Shui Mingcai's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if Duanling Tian managed to rank in the top 30 after he left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Shui Mingcai's reward would only be comparable to Duanling Tian's. Hu Linyi was infuriated. Shui Mingcai's words made Hu Linyi speechless again. If Duanling Tian did not make it into the top 30 in the end, the things Shui Mingcai took out from the 3 sects and 2 clans would, at most, be equivalent to what he had to give. Hu Linyi knew Shui Mingcai was betting on Duanling Tian being able to rank in the top 10. Moreover, even if Hu Linyi lost the bet, with Duanling Tian's strength, it would be as easy as eating or drinking for him to rank in the top 30. Even if Shui Mingcai did not suffer any losses or gain, as long as Duanling Tian changed sides, he would be able to discuss Shui Mingcai. In the end, Hu Linyi took a deep breath and looked at Duanling Tian again before he spread his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a crimson vest appeared in Hu Linyi's left hand. The vest was completely made up of crimson scales. These scales were connected together, and there were no signs of stitching at all. There was a faint crimson light wrapped around them, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary item. At the same time, a round object that looked like an iron bead with a bumpy surface appeared in Hu Linyi's right hand. It was dull and inconspicuous. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has such an item as well? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has kept it a secret. I've never heard of the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possessing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Is he planning to give the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian? It seems like Emperor Hu has no choice but to pay a hefty price for Emperor Shui's attempt to poach him. At this moment, many people recognize the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's left hand as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Even Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was shocked when he saw the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand. It was obvious that even Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was unaware that Hu Linyi possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he saw the vest in Hu Linyi's left hand. The defensive strength of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was incomparable to other king-grade celestial weapons that were both offensive and defensive. Although the umbrella in his hand was also a king-grade celestial weapon with defensive capabilities, it was not as good as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. If I can obtain this purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, my strength will rise to a whole new level. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand. Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of these two items. This bead looks ordinary, but it's not ordinary at all. Even with all my techniques, I can't leave a mark on it. Its value should be comparable to a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Hu Linyi allowed Duan Lingtian to choose one of the two items in his hand, a first-form profound divine metal. Chapter 2989. A first-form profound divine metal. Upon hearing the chaos divine Earth's childish voice, Duan Lingtian immediately shut his mouth. He was about to choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon when he heard it. This is a first-form profound divine metal? Duan Lingtian asked the chaos divine Earth. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand. There's no mistake. The chaos divine Earth replied, as one of the 5 divine elements, I can recognize a first-form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal is quite lucky. It managed to find a first-form profound divine metal while it was sleeping. Lad, as long as you obtain this first-form profound divine metal, you can devour and assimilate the profound divine metal in your body when it wakes up. At that time, the profound divine metal in your body will evolve to the 3rd form, and it'll be of great help to you. The Chaos Divine Earth reminded Duan Lingtian when it sensed Duan Lingtian's desire for the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As for defensive king-grade celestial weapons, with your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain one once you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The Chaos Divine Earth was worried Duan Lingtian would choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon instead of the first-form profound divine metal. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand after he confirmed it was a first-form profound divine metal. Although the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was good, it was not as valuable as the first-form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian looked at the scarlet vest in Hu Linyi's hand reluctantly. He was about to choose the first-form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha! Hu Linyi had no choice but to pause and look at the person who was laughing. The person who was laughing was none other than Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the Southern Qi nation. What are you laughing at? Hu Linyi's expression darkened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After a long while, Shui Mingkai stopped laughing. He looked deeply at Hu Linyi and said with a smile that was not a smile, Emperor Hu, if I'm not wrong, The bead in your hand should be the one you bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction 200 years ago, right? If I remember correctly, you only spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to get this pearl, right? Xue Mingkai looked at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, it seems like Emperor who is reluctant to give you his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a lousy pearl. It seems like he's taking a gamble. If you choose this broken pearl, he won't have to give you the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Why don't you come to our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I won't be as petty as Emperor Hu. Xue Mingkai glanced at Hu Lini mockingly. Hu Linyi's expression changed drastically when Xue Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would know about it. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would reveal his true intentions in front of so many people. Indeed, he was trying to mislead Duan Lingtian into choosing the pearl when he said it was worth more than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Just as Xue Mingkai had said, he was reluctant to part with the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in his left hand. It seems like Emperor Xue is telling the truth. Emperor who is really trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. Emperor who is so insincere. He's not even giving away a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he's trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. I thought Emperor whose pearl is something good. I didn't expect it to be something he bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals? How stingy. That's right. Even an ordinary complete king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals is really stingy. Upon hearing Xue Mingkai's words and seeing Hu Linyi's expression, it was not difficult for the people present on the scene to see that Xue Mingkai was telling the truth. Xue Mingkai, don't slander me. Hu Linyi called Xue Mingkai by his name instead of calling him Emperor Xue. Clearly, he was really angry. Slander? Xue Mingkai smiled. You said I'm slandering you? Why don't we wait for the people from the Black Mountain Kingdom to come so we can talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom? Naturally, Hu Linyi would not talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom, since he had indeed spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy the pearl. Moreover, he had indeed bought it at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction in the past. Xue Mingkai, are you sure this pearl is worthless? Hu Linyi stared at Xue Mingkai and said in a deep voice, why don't you try and see if you can destroy it? Why don't you try and see if you can leave a mark on it, even if it's just a tiny bit? As Hu Linyi spoke, he passed the pearl in his hand to Xue Mingkai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say I could leave a mark on the pearl. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, it's only natural that I can as well. Xue Mingkai said indifferently. Then, what makes you think it's useless? Hu Linyi asked in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Xue Mingkai smiled. You spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals on this pearl. Moreover, you couldn't figure out anything even after studying it for so long. How can it be anything good? Why don't you tell me what's so good about it? Or, what's the use of it? The smile on Xue Mingkai's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was certain he had Hu Linyi in his grasp. Hu Linyi's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing this. Emperor Hu, if I were you, I'd give these 2 items to Duan Lingtian to prove that I'm willing to part with my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingkai said as though he was trying to stir up trouble. Hu Linyi was even more enraged by Xue Mingkai's words. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going to do it anyway, Hu Linyi said as he glanced at Xue Mingkai coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian did not decline and accepted the 2 items without hesitation. He did not expect the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation would not only allow him to obtain the first form profound divine metal, but he would also obtain a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation is not bad, the Chaos Divine Earth said in a childish voice. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Clearly, it did not expect Duan Lingtian to receive such a pleasant surprise. With this purely defensive king-grade celestial artifact, Your defense will be even stronger than before when I infuse my power into it. Previously, Duan Lingtian had taken out the king-grade celestial weapon umbrella to defend against Xue Jingyu's attack. It was all thanks to the Chaos Divine Earth's help that he was able to block Xue Jingyu's attack. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's help, Hu Lin Yi would have been severely injured by Xue Jingyu's attack. Emperor Hu, you're really generous. Xue Minkai laughed when he saw Hu Lin Yi giving the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. Then, he called out to the people from the southern Qi nation and led them away. Although he had lost the bet with Hu Lin Yi, he was still confident in his victory. At this moment, he felt more like the victor. Even the onlookers felt that the emperor of the southern Qi nation had won the battle between the emperor of the supporting Fall nation and the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Upon seeing Xue Minkai leaving with the people from the southern Qi nation, Hu Lin Yi turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hu Lin Yi's expression. He could not help but feel slightly worried. Is Emperor Hu going to ask me to return the items to him? If Hu Lin Yi was shameless enough to ask him to return the items to him, he would have no choice but to do so. It'll be fine if he asks me to return the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, if he asks me to return the first form profound divine metal, I'll return it to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm on behalf of the southern Qi nation. Duan Lingtian made up his mind and waited for Hu Lin Yi to ask him to return the items to him. However, the truth proved that Duan Lingtian had thought too much. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, would not ask Duan Lingtian to return the items to him in front of the people from the supporting Fall nation even if there were no onlookers around. If he did that, he would seem petty. Not only would it incur Duan Lingtian's wrath, but he might even push Duan Lingtian to the southern Qi nation's side. Are you confident you'll make it to the top 10? Hu Lin Yi asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hu Lin Yi's question. He knew Hu Lin Yi would not ask him to return the items to him. Hu Lin Yi beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before they continued to make their way to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Brother Duan, congratulations. I didn't expect you to gain so much from the southern Qi nation's emperor's antics. Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate Duan Lingtian. He was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the others, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall nation, was especially envious of Duan Lingtian. Before today, he was unaware that the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now that he had found out about it, his father had given it to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the center of the scaling cloud lake, Duan Lingtian saw more than 10,000 people had gathered there. Chapter 2990. 2 days later. Apart from the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, everyone else who's planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm should be here, right? Duan Lingtian stood at the center of the scaling cloud lake and surveyed his surroundings. He was certain there were at least 20,000 people present. Just as Huang Jialong had said, apart from the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were many people who had brought them along. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans are here. All of a sudden, a commotion broke out in the distance. The commotion reached Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall nation. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans? Duan Lingtian, the people from the supporting Fall nation, and the people from the supporting Fall nation turned to look in the direction of the commotion. They saw the group of people flying toward them in the distance. This group of people was divided into 5 groups. Each group consisted of about a dozen people, and each group was led by a person. One of the groups was dressed in different attire, and their movements were casual. The person in the lead was a slightly fat middle-aged man. He stroked his round belly as he walked in the air. His small eyes were narrowed, and they seemed to be hidden by the fat on his face. The other group of people were dressed in similar robes. However, when they got closer, one could see that although their robes were similar, there were some differences. For example, The old man in the lead had golden veins embroidered on the sleeves and hem of his robe. The robes of the 2 people behind him had silver veins embroidered on them. As for the other 10 people, their robes were embroidered with bronze veins. There were gold veins, silver veins, and bronze veins. They're from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw their robes. He knew they were from the Simplicity Celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansions territory. The Simplicity Celestial sect was definitely ranked in the top 3 grade 7 sects in the profound Nether Mansions territory. In the profound Nether Mansions territory, only the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect were comparable to the profound Nether Mansion Celestial sect. Are they from the Cloud Platform Immortal sect? Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the 3rd group of people. This group of people were all monks wearing kasayas. Furthermore, the kasayas they wore were divided into golden kasayas, silver kasayas, and red kasayas. There was only one old monk wearing a golden kasaya. He looked kind and benevolent, like a holy monk. However, there was an invisible evil aura exuding from his body, giving people a very contradictory feeling. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was a sect of monks, similar to the Blissful sect in the Borderlands. If a non-monk wanted to enter this sect, they had to be prepared to become a monk. They must be from the Coupling Celestial sect. In the end, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 4th group of people. This group of people was the most eye-catching among the 5 groups of people. A handsome young man in luxurious robes sat on a luxurious sedan chair. There were 8 people carrying the sedan chair, 4 in the front and 4 at the back. Behind the palanquin he sat in, there were 10 people following him like shadows. 5 of them were women and 5 of them were men, and all of them were young people with good looks. Apart from the 8 people carrying the sedan chair who were dressed in tight-fitting servant robes, the other 10 people behind the sedan chair were dressed in luxurious robes as well. The Coupling Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian was still paying attention to this group of people when a low exclamation rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with this voice. He did not even need to turn around to know it was Huang Jialong's voice. "Jialong, what are you?" Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong. He could not figure out why Huang Jialong would exclaim in such a low voice. "Brother Duan, I've lost my composure." Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at the people from the Coupling Celestial sect. "I lost my composure because the Coupling Celestial sect is the sect I want to join the most among the 3 sects and 2 clans," Huang Jialong said. "If I'm not mistaken, the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial sect is Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. There are 3 sect leaders in the Coupling Celestial sect. Although the 3rd sect leader isn't the strongest among the 3 sect leaders, he's definitely the most talented one. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, he also holds an important position in the profound Nether Mansion." When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial sect. "If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're so eager to join the Coupling Celestial sect is because of their dual cultivation method, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong with a strange expression on his face as he said, "Based on what I know, the Coupling Celestial sect's dual cultivation method allows a man and a woman to rapidly improve their cultivation base through dual cultivation. If you join the Coupling Celestial sect, who knows how many women will be defiled by you? Ordinary women won't be able to resist the temptation of the dual cultivation method." Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. "Brother Duan, your words don't sound nice. What do you mean by defiling? I didn't want them to be cheated by other men, so I tied them to my side in advance. I'm not an irresponsible man." Huang Jialong frowned and said unhappily, "All right, you'll be responsible then." Duan Lingtian shook his head and rolled his eyes at Huang Jialong. He did not continue the topic. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 5th group of people. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he knew when to stop. He would never use his status or his cultivation base to coerce women. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian admired Huang Jialong. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he was not a shameless lecher. The fifth group of people were dressed differently. It was obvious they were from another clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. There, from the Gongyang clan? Duan Lingtian asked. It did not take long before he realized this group of people was from the Gongyang clan, one of the grade 7 clans in the 3 sects and 2 clans. So, the group of people I've been paying attention to are from the Zhangsun clan? After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the group of people led by a fat middle-aged man. These people were from the Zhangsun clan, another grade 7 clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It did not take long before the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and stared at them indifferently. Some of the people who were originally standing close to Duan Lingtian and the others began to move toward Duan Lingtian and the others, opening up a large space for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Sect Leader Bihai, Vice Sect Leader Hong, Vice Sect Leader Zhang, and Elder Gong Yang Yu. How about we send a representative to preside over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan asked with a smile as he looked at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan's attitude when he spoke to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among the 4 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was the most respectful. Or perhaps it would be better to say that he would only show respect when facing Bihai Mingfeng. Moreover, among the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 1 clan, the first person he greeted was Bihai Mingfeng. The leader of the Zhangsun clan seems to be a little cowardly in front of the leader of the coupling celestial sect. As far as I know, the Zhangsun clan is not much weaker than the coupling celestial sect, right? Not far from Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man whispered to his companion, "They're all leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. There's no need for him to flatter the leader of the coupling celestial sect, right? Don't tell me you don't know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect is?" In response to the middle-aged man's question, his companion looked at him in astonishment. It was as if he was surprised that he would ask such a question. Who is he? The middle-aged man frowned. He really did not know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect was. He's Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, the middle-aged man's companion said as he looked at the leader of the coupling celestial sect respectfully. What? The middle-aged man gasped when he heard his companion's words. He's Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion? That's him. The middle-aged man's companion nodded. Are you surprised now? I didn't expect him to personally come. The middle-aged man smiled wryly. He's even more terrifying than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It's not just possible, it's definitely stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Otherwise, do you think anyone can become an inspector of the profound nether mansion? After all, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion said. Both of you. Based on what you're saying, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect? Wang Jialong heard the conversation between the middle-aged man and his companion. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously, although he's very talented, he's not necessarily stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect due to his young age, right? What you're saying is already old news. Chapter 2991. The moment the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect became the inspector of the profound nether mansion, it means he's stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The middle-aged man's companion said. The inspector of the profound nether mansion? The 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wanted to run for the position, but he was rejected? Huang Jialong was confused when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. Although he was the young city governor of the Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, he knew a lot of things that ordinary people in the supporting Fall Nation didn't know about, including some things about the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, This was his first time hearing about the inspector of the profound nether mansion. Brother, what's the inspector of the profound nether mansion? Earlier, you said there are 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he looked at the middle-aged man's companion. The inspectors of the profound nether mansion are second only to the mansion master and the vice mansion masters in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion replied with a burning gaze, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. Apart from sectless cultivators, powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans can also run for the position. Currently, there are 2 inspectors from the coupling celestial sect, one from the cloud platform celestial sect, and one from the simplicity celestial sect. There's no one from the Zhangsun clan or the Gongyang clan. The other inspector from the coupling celestial sect, the cloud platform celestial sect, and the simplicity celestial sect are all senior powerhouses who have left the 3 major celestial sects. They usually stay in the profound nether mansion and don't interfere with the affairs of the 3 major celestial sects. Naturally, if the 3 major celestial sects are in danger, they'll definitely step forward. However, at that time, the profound nether mansion won't just stand by and watch. The middle-aged man's companion introduced the profound nether mansion to Huang Jialong as though he was very familiar with the profound nether mansion. Brother, how do you know so much about the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. This fellow likes to ask around when he's free. It's only natural that he learned a lot about the profound nether mansion. Huang Jialong was enlightened. Huang Jialong nodded. On the other side, when the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan spoke, the people from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan turned to look at the leader of the coupling Celestial Sect. Sect Master Bihai, this matter is up to you to decide. Exactly. Sect Master Bihai, you can make the decision. I, Gongyang Yu, will listen to Sect Master Bihai. The 3 of them spoke in unison. It was clear from their words that Bihai Mingfeng was the leader. Even they did not expect the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect would personally lead the group. Even if they were led by the 1st sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect, there was no need for them to act so humbly. Not only was this person stronger than them, but he was also the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. An inspector of the profound nether mansion represented the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. There was a rule in the profound nether mansion that stated that inspectors of the 3 sects and 2 clans who were over 3,000 years old were not allowed to return to their sects or clans. On the other hand, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect was not even 1,000 years old, let alone 3,000 years old. Since he was not even 1,000 years old, he could be considered as a genius among geniuses in the profound nether mansion. At this moment, the 20,000 people present on the scene, even those who were unaware of the situation, realized how terrifying the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect was. Just based on the way the leaders of the other 2 sects and 2 clans treated the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect, one could tell the 3rd sect leader was not a simple person. Who's this person? There's such a person in the coupling Celestial Sect? Even if the 1st sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect is here, they shouldn't be acting like this, right? What's going on? At this moment, many people were still unaware of the significance of Bihai Mingfeng's name. Even if someone told them Bihai Mingfeng was an inspector of the profound nether mansion, they still did not know what it meant. Since I've decided, Zhangsun Xiongqi, you'll be in charge of presiding over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Bihai Mingfeng sat on the palanquin with his legs crossed leisurely as he glanced at the fat middle-aged man who was the leader of the Zhangsun clan. Zhangsun Xiongqi? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Bihai Mingfeng's words. I didn't expect this fat middle-aged man to be the 2nd elder of the Zhangsun clan. Although there were many elders in the Zhangsun clan, only 2 of them were famous. They were the Grand Elder and the 2nd elder of the Zhangsun clan. The 2nd elder was Zhangsun Xiongqi. His strength was second only to the clan leader and the Grand Elder of the Zhangsun clan. The 10 of you will follow Elder Zhangsuan's orders, Bihai Mingfeng said to the people behind him. After saying those words, Bihai Mingfeng spoke again. Evidently, He was speaking to the 10 people behind him. Yes, third sect leader. As for the 10 people behind him, after hearing his words, they immediately responded in unison, and their voices were filled with incomparable respect. Judging from their tone, the respect in their tone was clearly from the bottom of their hearts. If one took a closer look, they would discover that when they looked at Bihai Mingfeng's back, there was a crazed look in the depths of their eyes. Not only was Bihai Mingfeng the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, but he was also the most talented person in the sect in the past 100,000 years. Most of the people in the coupling celestial sect felt the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had the ability to lead the sect to a higher level and become a 6th-grade celestial sect.
Yes.
Zhangsun Xiongqi replied to Bihai Mingfeng. Then, he looked at the crowd in front of him and said indifferently, "Now, leaders of the major forces who have a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm, please step forward." Although Zhangsun Xiongqi's voice was indifferent, it was laced with celestial origin energy that clearly entered the ears of the 20,000 people, including Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, swoosh, 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 thousands of people rose into the air and stood in front of Zhangsun Xiongqi. All of them looked at Zhangsun Xiongqi reverently. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was among these people. Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, was also present. Emperors of the Thousand Nations territory, please step forward, Zhangsun Xiongqi said. After the 1,000 people appeared, Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to speak. Immediately, 1,000 people stood out from the 1,000 people. Hu Lin Yi and Xue Mingkai stepped forward as well. Every nation in the Thousand Nations territory has 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will give you the accumulative point jade. Zhangsun Xiongqi looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said, "As for what the accumulative point jade represents and the rules of the southern heaven ancient realm, it's up to you to explain them to your people. I won't repeat myself." After Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, he turned to look at the 10 people he had brought with him. The 10 people immediately flew toward 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. At the same time, 10 people from the coupling celestial sect, the simplicity celestial sect, the cloud platform celestial sect, and the Gongyang clan stepped forward as well. Every 10 people would give out a cumulative point jade to 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. It did not take long before the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory each received 9 accumulative point jade. Once you've received your accumulative point jade, distribute them to your people. At the same time, you can explain the use of the accumulative point jade and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to them. After the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans returned from distributing the accumulative point jade, Zhangsun Xiongqi looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said indifferently, "Yes, Elder Zhangsun." The 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory responded in unison and left. Each of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory ruled a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Usually, they were superior to others in their respective celestial kingdoms. However, at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the second elder of the Zhangsun clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory left, Zhangsun Xiongqi asked the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans to step forward and distribute the accumulative point jade to them. The 3 sects and 2 clans distributed different accumulative point jades. Naturally, this did not mean that those who obtained the accumulative point jade from the 3 sects and 2 clans would have to join their respective accumulative point jades if they survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason for this was a tradition passed down from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans would agree to a bet when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. And this bet was based on which force had the most accumulative point jade tokens left in the end, and that force would be the final winner. The 4 losing sects would have to pay the winning sect some money. Although the bet was not specified, it had to be something that would make the 3 sects and 2 clans feel the pinch if they lost. For this reason, The 3 sects and 2 clans hoped that those who survived the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would have the most accumulative point jades. There's one more thing. After the leaders of the remaining sects received their accumulative point jades, Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to announce, this time, the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will only reopen after 70% of those who have entered have perished. At that time, the entrance to the lower realm will open again. Chapter 2992. 70%? 70% of the people who enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will die before the remaining people can come out? Doesn't this mean only 3 out of 10 people who enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will come out alive? Didn't they say that the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will reopen after 60% of the people who enter die? Did the second elder of the Zhangsun clan make a mistake? Above the central area of the scaling cloud lake, a group of people heard Zhangsun Xiongqi's words. After a moment of silence, there was another commotion. Most of them were talking about the 70% that Zhangsun Xiongqi had mentioned. 70%? The rules have been changed? Although many people thought Zhangsun Xiongqi had made a mistake, Duan Lingtian did not think Zhangsun Xiongqi had made a mistake. At the very least, Zhangsun Xiongqi did not seem to have any intention of retracting his words. Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Zhangsun Xiongqi said, I didn't make a mistake, and all of you didn't mishear me. In the past, the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would only reopen after 60% of the people who enter have died. However, this time, it's a little more difficult. Only when 70% of the people in the lower realm have died will the southern heaven ancient realm reopen. A bright smile appeared on Zhangsun Xiongqi's face when he finished speaking. Zhangsun Xiongqi's words had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of many people, and it caused their expressions to turn grim. Of course, it's not too late to change your mind. Those who wish to withdraw can return their accumulative point jades to the leaders of the forces who recommended you to the lower realm. Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to speak. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Some people chose to withdraw from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. On the other hand, some people from the supporting Fall Nation, where Duan Lingtian was from, did not withdraw from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. 70%. This means only 30% of the people who enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will come out alive. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There were 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, including him. In other words, based on the ratio, only 3 of them would survive in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I didn't expect the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to be so dangerous. Only 30% will come out alive. Huang Jiahuang. Although he sighed, Huang Lin Yi's eyes did not seem to be afraid of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. No one wants to back out? Since the Emperor Huang Lin was Huang, he did not seem surprised Duan Lingtian's heavenly supreme celestial ancient heaven sect. However, what surprised him was that he had never seen such a scene before. Surprisingly, not a single person from the supporting Fall Nation proposed to withdraw. Fortune comes with risk. When I was in the supporting Fall Nation, I decided to participate in the Southern Heaven combat because I wanted to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and seek my own fortuitous encounter. If I run away now, my celestial Tao heart will be affected, and I won't be able to improve my cultivation base in the future. The middle-aged overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation said in a deep voice, moreover, the death rate is only 10% higher than before. Who's to say I won't survive until the end? That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to back out. How many chances are there in life? If I don't take the risk now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Humph. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to come out alive. As long as we come out alive, we'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. At that time, our future will be bright. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation were filled with enthusiasm. Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was, naturally, very pleased with their decision. After all, one more person would be able to come out alive, if they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In that case, it would only be beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching, heavenly supreme celestials from the southern Qi nation seems different from ours. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the southern Qi nation and saw the accumulative point jade in the hands of one of the southern Qi nation's overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. The accumulative point jade in his hands was green and seemed to be filled with vitality. On the other hand, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the southern Qi nation's overarching, heavenly supreme celestial was blue and as clear as the sea. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, some of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall nation turned to look at the people from the southern Qi nation. They're indeed different. The accumulative point jade in the hands of the southern Qi nation's people is blue, but our accumulative point jade is green. Why are they different? Is there something special about the different colors of the accumulative point jade? The overarching heavenly supreme celestials quickly shifted their attention to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Hu Lin Yi explained, every time the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who enter the southern heaven ancient realm are given 5 different colors. The colors are the gold jade, wood jade, water jade, fire jade, and earth jade. Each of the 5 colors represents one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. For example, the wooden jade in your hands was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before he continued to say, this wooden jade was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. The gold jade was given to me by the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. The water jade was given to me by the Coupling Celestial sect. The fire jade was given to me by the Gongyang clan. The earth jade was given to me by the Zhangsun clan. Hu Lin paused for a moment before he continued to say, rumor has it that every time the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens, the 3 sects and 2 clans would set up a bet with each other. Let's see which sect has the most accumulative point jades in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It's said that the other 4 forces will have to give something to the force that has the most accumulative points jade tokens. Hu Lin explained, naturally, although the accumulative point jades correspond to forces, those who come out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can choose any force they want. At that time, those who perform outstandingly and are ranked at the top will generally be invited by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Hu Lin continued to explain. A bet? Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, Duan Lingtian and the others finally understood what Hu Lin Yi meant. The 3 sects and 2 clans are really arrogant to use this as a bet. At the very least, they can set their own rules when it comes to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Duan Lingtian looked at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans and realized how cruel it was to survive in the Devata realms. The bigger the fist, the better. In the Devata realms, the stronger ones were revered. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jades in our hands are made of wood jade. If we kill someone who has an accumulative point jade and absorb the points in it, our accumulative point jades won't change color, right? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall nation asked Hu Lin Yi. Of course not, Hu Lin Yi replied. Hu Lin Yi said, the 3 sects and 2 clans have already thought about this. Before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, all of you have to perform blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jades. Once the owners of these accumulative points jade plates die, their accumulative points jade plates will become ownerless. After one breath, they will shatter, and the points inside will be transferred to the nearest accumulative points jade plate. Therefore, when you kill someone in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, you must make sure there are no other accumulative point jades near the person you kill. Otherwise, the points from the person you kill will be transferred to the accumulative point jade that has an owner. Hu Lin reminded Duan Lingtian and the others when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian and the others would not have known about this if Hu Lin did not mention it. Apart from that, although all of you will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm together, you'll be sent to different corners of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation. In the beginning, all of you will have to rely on yourselves. However, If you encounter each other and trust each other, you can work together. Of course, if you can't trust each other, I suggest you don't work together. After all, no one will know even if you kill each other in the southern heaven ancient realm, as long as no one else is present. Hu Lin Yi paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others meaningfully. Many overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to look at the people around them warily. Some of them were even determined not to work together with Hu Lin Yi. It was fine if someone sincerely wanted to work together with them. However, if someone harbored evil intentions, they might even be killed. About half an hour later. It's almost time. The voice of the Zhangsun clan's second elder, Zhangsun Xiongqi, resounded once more, and it suppressed the vast clamor of the scene in one go, causing the scene to instantly become silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will join forces to open the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have decided to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, please bring your accumulative point jades with you, Zhangsun Xiongqi said. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Zhangsun Xiongqi nodded at the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Chapter 29:93. Are those formation plates? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans taking out similar plates with complicated inscriptions on them. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The plates in Zhangsun Xiongqi and the others' hands were the tokens to open the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The profound nether mansion had entrusted them to the 3 sects and 2 clans for safekeeping. Let's begin. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, said indifferently. He was the first to throw the formation plate in his hand. It rose into the air in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After Bihai Mingfeng threw the formation plates in his hand, Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans also threw the formation plates in their hands. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the 5 formation discs were suspended in the void, forming a circle. There seemed to be a mysterious force that connected them together tightly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With a burst of light sound, the 5 formation discs were connected in a mysterious way. Above the 5 formation discs, bursts of white light rose at the same time. Finally, they connected together, forming a beam of light that was like a pillar that supported the sky. The beam of light seemed to have descended from the heavens and struck the empty space under the feet of the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air, causing the void to tremble. In the next moment, rip! A spatial tear appeared. In the next moment, a majestic door flew out of the spatial tear and appeared before everyone's eyes. There were 2 huge pillars on both sides of the door. The pillars were engraved with complicated inscriptions that exuded an ancient aura. In addition, there was a plaque hanging on the crossbeam directly above the door. On it, there were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene only stared at the plaque for a few breaths before they averted their eyes. This was because as soon as they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque, they could feel a powerful aura surging out of the plaque, exerting a terrifying pressure on them. They could not withstand this pressure at all. They could only hold on for 1 or 2 breaths of time. Even some of the stronger overarching heavenly supreme celestials could only last a few breaths longer than most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Apart from Duan Lingtian, none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials could last more than 10 breaths. The reason Duan Lingtian could hold on for so long was because of the profound divine metal protecting his soul. The words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque exerted a pressure on everyone's soul. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials were staring at the plaque. He could tell there was something strange about the plaque. He withdrew his gaze before the others withdrew their gazes. Even so, His action was noticed by the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. This young man is not simple. They knew very well just how oppressive the 4 words on the signboard were. However, the purple-clad young man had held on for more than twice as long as the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, it seemed like he had intentionally looked away. Interesting. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, averted their gazes, the powerhouses from the other sects also averted their gazes after a while. They no longer dared to look at the words. Don't tell me those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial asked in a trembling voice. You're right. Those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, we're not sure which generation the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Some of the people present on the scene knew the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Just the words left behind are already so terrifying. If the real person were to descend, how terrifying would his strength be? Huang Jialong said in a trembling voice. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, however, unlike Huang Jialong, who was shocked by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's technique, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of it. He had seen people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. How could he be afraid of a titled Celestial Lord? After all heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were titled Celestial Emperors. Although there was only one word difference between a titled Celestial Emperor and a titled Celestial Lord, their strength was on a completely different level. If a titled Celestial Emperor wanted to, he could easily kill a titled Celestial Emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's soul was protected by the profound divine metal at this moment. Therefore, he did not feel what Huang Jialong felt earlier. Boom. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. However, none of them paid any attention to the plaque on the crossbeam above the door. As for those experts who were still looking at the plaque and vaguely felt a trace of pressure, their gazes were attracted by the sound of the door, and they no longer continued to look at the plaque. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the door opened inwards. After the door opened, what appeared in front of everyone was an endless darkness. It was so dark that they could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Almost at the same time, 10 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans stepped into the air and appeared in front of the door. When they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque above the door, they knew the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was behind the door. For this reason, they were not surprised by the actions of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Everyone who's not in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm moved back 1,000 meters. Zhang Sun Xiongqi's voice rang in the air again. Everyone from the various sects, including Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, retreated 1,000 meters immediately. Apart from that, there were also those who changed their minds and did not want to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, the crowd was reduced by about 8,000 people. Only 12,000 people remained. The 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation, including Duan Lingtian, were in the crowd. Very good. There are still 10,000 people. Zhang Sun Xiongqi was pleased to see that there were still 12,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. 12,000 people. In other words, only 3,600 of you will survive. As for the 3,600 survivors, they can choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. In addition, the 3,600 people who come out in the end will be ranked according to the points on your accumulative points Jade token. Those who rank in the top 100 will be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Those who rank in the top 30 will be rewarded even more. Those who rank in the top 10, top 3, and top 1 will be rewarded handsomely. Zhang Sun Xiongqi continued to say, naturally, the rewards you will receive will be separate from the rewards your referees will receive. In other words, your rewards will belong to you and won't be given to your referees. The referees Zhang Sun Xiongqi mentioned were, naturally, the leaders of the various sects who had brought the overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the southern heaven ancient realm. For example, Duan Lingtian's referees were Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, "All of you will be divided into 50 groups and enter the southern heaven ancient realm. Apart from performing the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jade, you'll also have to perform the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jade. The accumulative point jade will be left behind so that we can observe the changes in your points. If your accumulative point jade shatters, your accumulative point jade will shatter as well. In addition, we will show projections in the void according to the subcards and list the rankings of those who are still alive. Naturally, those who only have 1 point are not eligible to be ranked." Zhang Sun Xiong Qi continued to say, "The accumulative point jade is divided into accumulative point jade and accumulative point jade. I have the accumulative point jade while the accumulative point jade is left behind?" Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation did not mention this to them. However, it seemed like the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation knew the 3 sects and 2 clans would reveal this to them. Zhang Sun Xiong Qi continued to say, "I'm sure your referees have already explained the rest to you. Now, all of you will form 50 groups and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm one by one. Everything you obtain in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will belong to you even after you come out of it. Good luck. The higher your ranking, the better your treatment in the 3 sects and 2 clans will be." When Duan Lingtian and the others had formed 50 groups, Zhang Sun Xiong Qi's voice rang in the air again. He did not say anything else after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 12,000 participants had formed 50 groups and were making their way to the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 50 participants from the 3 sects and 2 clans were each in charge of a group. After dripping blood on the accumulative point jade's accumulative point jade and the accumulative point jade's accumulative point jade, each participant would be able to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After 2 rounds of dripping blood on the accumulative point jade, the 50 participants were the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, when they entered the darkness behind the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they did not move at all. It was as though they had been devoured by the darkness until nothing was left of them. 50 participants formed a group and entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 2994. The people from the supporting Fall Nation were all in the same line. The person in front was none other than Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. "I'll make a move first. Be careful." Hu Ji-yong nodded at Duan Lingtian and the others before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. Initially, Hu Ji-yong wanted Duan Lingtian to be the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Duan Lingtian was not particular about this and stood behind Huang Jialong. The second person to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was Huang Jialong's 5th brother, Huang Jiachao. "5th brother, be careful. Don't overexert yourself." Although Huang Jialong had a few brothers, he was the closest to his 5th brother. Therefore, he had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Huang Jialong preparing to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Don't worry, 4th brother. I'll make it out alive," Huang Jiachao said with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Lingtian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. After Huang Jiachao, it was Huang Jialong's turn. "Brother Duan, I'll make a move first. Although you're strong, the profound nether mansion is huge. There's bound to be some powerful, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Don't underestimate them," Huang Jialong reminded Duan Lingtian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was worried Duan Lingtian would underestimate the group of overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian nodded and watched as Huang Jialong entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew there was always someone better than him out there. Although Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm, while he was only a transcender, Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm. Although Duan Lingtian was a transcender, he had met people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's horizons were much higher than Huang Jialong's imagination. After Huang Jialong, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to enter. Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative point jade and dripped his blood on it in front of the people from the cloud platform, celestial sect who were in charge of their group. Then, the person from the cloud platform, celestial sect, took out a small jade token and asked Duan Lingtian to bind it with his blood. Duan Lingtian knew this was the sub-token of the accumulative point jade in his hand. It could reflect the changes in the main token of the accumulative point jade. After you bind the master token with your blood, you can infuse your divine sense into it and check the points inside. Currently, there's only 1 point. The person in charge of Duan Lingtian's group was a young man from the cloud platform celestial sect. He wore a Taoist robe, and his expression was indifferent. Upon hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his divine sense into the Jade Points token and immediately received a point. If there's nothing else, you can go in now. The disciple from the cloud platform, celestial sect, said after he registered Duan Lingtian's name. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he stepped into the void and entered the void before he walked into the darkness behind the void. As soon as Duan Lingtian came into contact with the darkness, he felt a powerful suction force pulling him into the darkness. During this process, although he tried to resist, it was to no avail. After being swallowed, Duan Lingtian only felt darkness before his eyes. Then, he felt as though the world was spinning. This feeling lasted for a few dozen breaths before it finally stopped. After the feeling stopped, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The dazzling light made him squint his eyes instinctively. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked around. He was certain he was in a forest. All he could see were trees that he could not name. Apart from that, there were also yellowish-green leaves under his feet. The ground was soft. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He turned to look at a shrub that he could not name. The shrub was lush and dense. It was dark yellow in color, as though it had merged with the earth. Alwu. As Duan Lingtian looked at the shrub, he saw 2 dark green rays of light among the shrub. As soon as the 2 dark green rays of light appeared, a dark yellow figure leaped out of the shrub and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Is this a celestial beast? At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw a celestial beast that resembled a wolf charging at him. Based on its eyes, he could tell it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It's a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, its instincts are not inferior to heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and roughly learned about the celestial beast without intelligence. Swoosh! As soon as the celestial beast closed in on him, Duan Lingtian's right hand shot out at lightning speed. An earthy yellow light flashed in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Alwu! A shrill cry rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had extended his hand and grabbed the neck of the celestial beast that was pouncing toward him. At the same time, the light in his hand transformed into a huge palm. The celestial beast was about 1.5 meters tall when it stood on all fours. Its neck was extremely thick. If it were not for the hand, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to grab hold of the celestial beast's neck. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the celestial beast. Otherwise, he would have killed the celestial beast with just a flick of his finger. It's a normal celestial beast. It's not a formation. There's life in the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that the celestial beast in his hand was not an illusory celestial beast. This is a little world created by a celestial lord? A little world created by a celestial lord allows living beings to live in it for a long time? Duan Lingtian did not know much about little worlds created by celestial lords. However, he knew a thing or two about little worlds created by celestial dukes and celestial kings. Even for little worlds created by celestial kings, those who entered them would not be able to stay in them for long. Otherwise, they would be forcefully sent out. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought to himself, perhaps This celestial beast was recently sent into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duanling Tian looked at the celestial beast in front of him again. Although the celestial beast was not sentient, there was a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Duanling Tian. I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, I'll take your life, Duanling Tian said indifferently. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he released the celestial beast, freeing it. After the celestial beast regained its freedom, it looked at Duanling Tian fearfully before it left without looking back. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared from Duanling Tian's sight. What's this place? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he rose into the air. His celestial origin energy caused the leaves on the ground to flutter in the air. There's a limit? When Duanling Tian was about 100 meters above the forest, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he could not ascend any higher. High up in the sky, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that was binding him at all times, not allowing him to continue ascending. I can't see anything useful at this height. Duanling Tian hovered in the air and looked at his surroundings. With his eyesight, although he could see very far, all he could see was a boundless forest. Swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, a loud noise rang in the air. Duanling Tian did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when the noise got closer, he felt as though a dam had burst. Duanling Tian raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of densely packed black dots moving toward him at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black dots grew larger and larger until they transformed into black crows the size of goshawks. On the heads of these black crows, there were golden horns that were faintly flickering with golden light, emitting waves of demonic aura. These are golden horned black crows? Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw the black crows moving toward him. Although the golden horned black crows were celestial beasts without intelligence, they were extremely talented. Even if they did not encounter any fortuitous encounters, they would still be able to break through and become peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These golden horned black crows seemed to be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duanling Tian's scalp went numb when he saw the speed of the black crows. It was not difficult for him to discern their cultivation bases. He was not worried if there were only a few dozen black crows. However, there were only a few hundred of them. They were enough to pose a threat to him. It was even to the extent that once over 100 black crows successfully formed a formation, he would undoubtedly die with his current strength. The terrifying thing about the golden horned black crows was not their innate talent, but their innate ability to form a formation with their companions. One golden horned black crow was not scary. However, if there were a few dozen, a few hundred, or even a few thousand of them gathered together, it would be extremely terrifying. It was said that if a few thousand golden horned black crows formed a formation, they could easily kill a celestial duke. Wait a minute. These thousands of black crows seem to have formed a formation to look for prey. Duanling Tian thought to himself as the flock of golden horned black crows drew closer. Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian's body flashed, and his entire body shone with an earthen yellow light. In the next moment, he shot into the forest like a sharp arrow. This was the only choice he had at this moment. Once he entered the forest, the thousands of golden horned black crows would no longer be able to form a formation. If that was the case, he would still have a chance to survive. Why am I so unlucky? I encountered such a terrifying flock of golden horned black crows as soon as I entered the forest? Chapter 2995. Thousands of golden horned black crows could only allow Duanling Tian to escape a certain distance even if the formation they formed was broken after they charged into the forest. This was because the speed of the 1,000 golden horned black crows was slower than Duanling Tian when they were not in the formation. Once they were in the formation, the speed of the 1,000 golden horned black crows was comparable to a celestial duke. It would not be difficult for them to catch up to Duanling Tian. Even if the 1,000 golden horned black crows broke the formation after they entered the forest, it would not take long for them to reform the formation and catch up to Duanling Tian and kill him. They weren't that fast earlier. However, their speed only increased after they got close to me. It's obvious they only completed the formation after they got close to me. After entering the forest, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged and merged with the earth elemental profundity and turned into a khaki color. At the same time, golden and purple lights shone from his body. A whirlpool appeared on his body and began to devour the heaven and earth elemental energy before it disappeared. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. Elementary devouring tactic, purple chi from the east, Akala King Ming. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body at an extremely fast speed. The 99 heavenly veins in his body did not stop circulating at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure shot out. It was as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning that was a mixture of khaki, gold, and violet as he shuttled swiftly through the forest. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was no movement behind him. He could not help but stop moving. What's going on? Duan Lingtian mustered up his courage and turned around. However, he did not see any golden horned black crows. In fact, there were no traces of the golden horned black crows chasing him from the place where he had re-entered the forest. What's going on? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian once again stepped into the air. When he was close to the sky above the forest, he extended his divine consciousness and clearly sensed the dense auras above the forest. Could it be that these golden horned black crows can't enter the forest? Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the forest. His gaze pierced through the forest and found that the thousands of golden horned black crows were still there, staring at the spot where he was at. Furthermore, these thousands of golden horned black crows were still in formation. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian intended to verify the idea in his heart. His figure flashed and appeared outside the forest. Of course, it appeared not far from the forest. At this moment, ear-piercing screams swept over from all directions, piercing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point that it felt as if they would burst at any moment. Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes and saw that the originally motionless golden horned black crows suddenly had their golden horns glowing brightly. Then, they flapped their wings and swooped down towards him. Whoosh! Crash! Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the thousands of golden horned black crows swooping down. He quickly returned to the forest. When Duan Lingtian returned to the forest, the thousands of golden horned black crows came to a halt and returned to their original spots. They stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. As expected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed his speculation. For some reason, these golden horned black crows were not allowed to enter the forest. However, he was not surprised by this. If these thousands of golden horned black crows are allowed to roam freely in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'm afraid none of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would be able to survive their attacks. This was why Duan Lingtian was not surprised. However, due to these golden horned black crows, none of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including me, are allowed to enter the forest. Once we enter the forest, we'll be attacked by the golden horned black crows. Only in the forest can we avoid their attacks. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that this was a rule in the southern heaven ancient realm to prevent them from entering the forest. Without entering the forest, it would be difficult for them to know their surroundings. They would have to explore the forest step by step. Forget it. I guess I can only choose a direction and walk to the end of the forest. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided on a direction and made his way there. Along the way, due to Duan Lingtian's speed, many celestial beasts in the forest were alerted. However, none of them could catch up to him. My current speed is comparable to a celestial duke. The strongest celestial beast I've encountered along the way is only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Those celestial beasts are only a threat to ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but they're no threat to me. If Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, his journey would not have been so smooth. Moreover, It was precisely because he'd comprehended the earth elemental Tao that he was able to move freely through the forest as if he was entering unobstructed territory. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the sky above the center of scaling Cloud Lake, after the 12,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the door to the void closed. After the void gate closed, a screen of light appeared in the space where the void gate had been opened. This light screen was white and very flat. It looked like a very large piece of white paper that was floating in the void. In the beginning, many people's attention was focused on the screen that was like a piece of white paper. However, after 10 days, the number of people who were paying attention to the light screen had decreased significantly. Until someone's name has appeared. Someone's voice rang in the air, drawing the attention of those who had shifted their attention away from the light screen. A name appeared on the screen of light. It was as if a name had been written on a piece of white paper. Wu Xiaoyu. 2 points. Wu Xiaoyu. Who's Wu Xiaoyu? He's the first to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This means he's the first to kill someone who has also entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I wonder who died at his hands. As long as the person who recommended him has his soul pearl, the person who recommended him should know he's killed, right? You're wrong. Rumor has it that the southern heaven celestial lord who created the upper, middle, and lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was a southern heaven celestial lord who had comprehended the law of time. When he created the upper, middle, and lower realms of the southern heaven ancient realm, he set up a formation that contains the law of time. Due to the restriction of the formation that contains the law of time, the soul pearls of those who die in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will only shatter after a certain period of time. Moreover, the period of time is not fixed. If a second person is killed during this period of time, even if someone else's soul pearl shatters at the same time, they won't be able to say it was the person who killed the second person. Does this mean even if someone with no background kills an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from a grade 7 force, the powerhouses from the grade 7 forces won't be able to seek revenge? That's right. The southern heaven celestial lord must have thought of this as well. That's why he set up a formation in the southern heaven ancient realm. When the first person with 2 points appeared on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out in the sky above the center of the scaling Cloud Lake. Haha, Xiaoyu, well done. An old man laughed heartily as he looked at the name on the scoreboard. Old brother Wu, congratulations on your grandson's achievement. A middle-aged man and another old man who were standing near the old man congratulated him with a smile on their faces. A hint of jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The old man was from a grade 8 clan. Now, the name that appeared on the scoreboard was his grandson's name. The 2 people who congratulated him were from 2 other grade 8 clans who had brought their overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the lower realm. Perhaps it's just the same name, the old man said humbly. Inwardly, he did not think it was a coincidence. After all, there were only slightly more than 10,000 people who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time. Moreover, his grandson's name was not common at all. Another name has appeared. About 2 hours after the first name appeared on the scoreboard, another name appeared on the scoreboard. Ling Jueyun. 2 points. Ling Jueyun? Could he be the sectless genius from the East Ming nation? Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, narrowed his eyes when he saw the second name on the scoreboard. He scanned the crowd before his eyes finally landed on a middle-aged man with a medium build. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance, and he exuded a majestic aura. It was clear he had been in a high position for a long time. Hu Lin Yi could clearly see the middle-aged man smile when he saw Ling Jueyun's name on the scoreboard. It seems like it's him. The middle-aged man was none other than the emperor of the East Ming nation. He was also the leader of the East Ming nation's team. Since the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, most of the people from grade 8 clans were the leaders of their clans. Those from grade 8 clans were all emperors. Heavens! He has 1 more point. Before Hu Lin Yi could regain his senses, another exclamation rang in his ears. He instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard and saw Ling Jueyun, who was originally in second place, had risen to first place. Behind his name, 3 points were written. Ling Jueyun has killed 2 people in such a short time? Chapter 2996. How could he obtain 2 points in such a short time? There was only one possibility. Ling Jueyun must have killed 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. That was how he obtained 2 points in such a short time. Killing 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like Ling Jueyun is quite strong. That's right. Those who are allowed to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are the cream of the crop among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It doesn't matter if he's strong enough to kill 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. I wonder which force Ling Jueyun belongs to. I know Ling Jueyun. He's a sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Moreover, Ling Jueyun defeated 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the East Ming nation during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation. He's so strong even though he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Could it be that he has comprehended some profundities from a law? That's right. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of death? Ling Jueyun's rise to the top of the scoreboard had caused a commotion among the crowd. When news of Ling Jueyun's origin and the law of death that Ling Jueyun had comprehended were revealed, it caused another uproar. At this moment, many people walked up to the emperor of the East Ming nation to congratulate him. A sectless cultivator with the cultivation base of a heaven stage, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial defeated 8 of the most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials from a grade 8 celestial nation? The law of death? When the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans heard about Ling Jueyun, they were intrigued by Ling Jueyun's achievements. I didn't expect such an outstanding young man to be the second person to reach the top of the scoreboard. Zhangsun Xiongqi from the Zhangsun clan side. Before he could finish sighing, another voice sounded beside his ear. It is said that Ling Jueyun is not even 100 years old this year. Less than 100 years old? Upon hearing this, even Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was shocked. Such a genius actually appeared in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? He had comprehended the law of death. As a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he had defeated the 8 most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Although it was extraordinary, there were many people in the profound nether mansion who were capable of such a feat. However, if one were to add the fact that he was not even 100 years old before such achievements, the significance would be completely different. I want this person. I won't fight with you for the others. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 2 sects and 2 clans and said. Hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, Zhangsun Xiongqi and the others shook their heads without any hesitation. Sect Master Bihai, forgive me for not being able to agree to this. Not to mention, even if I agree to this, it will be difficult to explain to our sect master. Even the profound nether mansion's rules don't allow this, right? Zhang Guangzheng, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said without beating around the bush, Sect Master Bihai, I can't agree to this either. Hung Chan, the leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Arhat Palace Master of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, said. The Cloud Platform Immortal Sect was led by the Sect Master. Below the Sect Master, other than 1 or 2 guardians, were the Hall Masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Out of all the Palace Masters in the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect, Hung Chan, the Palace Master of the Arhat Palace, was the strongest. For this reason, Hung Chan's position in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect was second only to the sect leader and the 2 guardians. Sect Master Bihai, please don't make things difficult for me. Gong Yangyu, the leader of the Gongyang family, said with a bitter smile. Compared to Hung Chan and Zhang Guangxing, he was clearly lacking in confidence. Sect Master Bihai, I think it's better to wait for him to come out and let him decide for himself. Zhangsun Xiongqi, the leader of the Zhangsun clan, was the last to respond. Although his tone was calm and tactful, it was clear he was indirectly rejecting Bihai Mingfeng. Bihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the 4 people's responses. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. If it was just the 4 people in front of him, he could easily kill them all by himself. However, the 4 people were backed by grade 7 forces that had a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, just like the coupling celestial sect. It would be easy to kill the 4 people, but it would not be easy to clean up the mess after killing them. Moreover, the forces behind the 4 people were closely related to the profound nether mansion. Even the mansion master of the profound nether mansion would not allow him to easily make enemies with the 4 forces. Another name has appeared. The 4th name has appeared as well. That's the 5th name. After Ling Jueyun obtained 2 points and rose to the top of the scoreboard, a few more people rose to the top of the scoreboard. However, according to those who knew them, these people could only be considered as elites among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was far from Ling Jueyun's level. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There were now more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard. However, the person at the top of the scoreboard was no longer Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun had been pushed down to 2nd place. The person at the top of the scoreboard was Yao Wei, a member of a grade 7 force. He had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm not to join the 3 sects and 2 clans, but to use the 3 sects and 2 clans as a springboard to enter the profound nether mansion. This Yao Wei has already obtained 8 points. Who the hell is he? Why do I feel like he's even crazier than Ling Jueyun? You don't know Yao Wei? He's from the Yao clan, a grade 7 clan. Not only that, but he's also known as the strongest genius in the Yao clan in the past 10,000 years. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended profundities from a law. Does this mean he's not any weaker than Ling Jueyun? I'm afraid he's still slightly weaker than Ling Jueyun. After all, Ling Jueyun has comprehended the law of death, while Yao Wei has only comprehended the law of water. Every time the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, people from grade 7 forces try to join the profound nether mansion through the 3 sects and 2 clans. But how many of them succeed? That's right. There are many people from grade 7 forces who joined the 3 sects and 2 clans after they entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, none of them managed to pass the test and join the profound nether mansion. In the end, they had no choice but to return to their original forces in dejection. I wonder why the 3 sects and 2 clans are willing to accept these people. These people are clearly ingrates. In fact, the 3 sects and 2 clans don't want to recruit people from grade 7 forces. However, the profound nether mansion forbade them from doing so. 20 days later, there were more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard. Most of them only had 2 points, and the person ranked first had 8 points. As for Ling Jueyun, he was ranked second with 7 points. Cheer! A sorrowful cry suddenly rang in the air, attracting many people's attention. It was an old man. He looked at the shattered soul bead in his hand. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as tears streamed down his face. That's Yang Ji, a one-basic celestial king from the imperial family of the Tai Yun Celestial Kingdom. Did his grandson, who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, die? I think so. Yang Ji's grandson's name is Yang Qi. Yang Qi is considered to be quite strong among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like he was unlucky to have encountered someone stronger than him so soon after entering the void of life. Moreover, it's obvious that the person is so strong that he couldn't escape. If the person's strength is only slightly stronger than him, his speed might not be inferior to the person's. That way, he still has a chance to escape. Now that the identity of the first person to die has been exposed, are the identities of the others still far from being exposed? Everyone's attention was on the old man as they discussed among themselves. The old man looked at the names on the scoreboard as though he was trying to find his grandson's murderer. However, even if only 1/10 of the people on the scoreboard were capable of killing his grandson, there were still more than 100 people on the scoreboard. Unless that person came out and admitted to killing his grandson or a witness came out alive and told the old man the truth, it was impossible. Otherwise, how was he going to find the person who killed his grandson? Yuan Little Kai, Imocho. After the first person's soul pearl shattered, many other people's soul pearls shattered as well. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Those who had soul orbs in their hands were basically people who represented the forces behind them. Some of them were even their closest relatives. Some were happy while others were sad. Many people were looking at the scoreboard with anticipation on their faces. It was as though they were waiting for a name to appear on it. Huang, and Jialong are on the scoreboard, but Duan Lingtian isn't on the scoreboard? With his strength, it shouldn't be possible. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, glanced at the scoreboard again, but he did not see Duan Lingtian's name. There are only two possibilities. One is that Duan Lingtian hasn't made a move yet, and the other is that Duan Lingtian has been killed by someone else. With that thought in mind, Hu Lin Yi sent his divine consciousness into his spatial ring and looked inside. Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl was lying silently in his spatial ring, and it was completely intact. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, when his eyes landed on the other soul beads, his expression changed slightly. This was because he saw that one of the soul beads had shattered right in front of him. This soul pearl belonged to a relatively strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that the supporting Fall Nation had brought this time. Naturally, that overarching heavenly supreme celestial was considered the weakest among the 9 people the supporting Fall Nation had brought. Chapter 2997. No matter which force brought in an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial meant the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not feel good even though he knew only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial had died so far. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The old man who accompanied Hu Linyi saw the change in Hu Linyi's expression. Tan Shen is dead, Hu Linyi replied. Tan Shen was the name of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose soul pearl had shattered. He's the only one who died? The old man asked.
Yes.
Hu Linyi nodded. Your Majesty, this is a good result. Look, there are more than 1,000 people on the scoreboard. This means more than 1,000 people have died. In addition to the points of those at the top of the list, basically all of them have more than 3 or 4 points. Roughly speaking, the number of people who have died so far should be around 2,000. A total of 12,000 people went in, and only 2,000 of them died. The supporting Fall Nation only lost 1 person. This is a very good result. This is a good result, the old man said to Hu Lin Yi as he looked at the scoreboard. That's not right. Hu Linyi shook his head when he heard the old man's words. Although there are more than 2,000 people who have died in the lower realm, I'm certain there are less than 2,000 people whose soul pearls have shattered. In fact, there are less than 1,000 people who have died. Under such circumstances, who can be certain that only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation has died? Hu Linyi asked in return. The old man fell silent. Due to the formation that contained the law of time set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the one who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the soul pearls of those who had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could not be immediately notified. Under such circumstances, although there was only one soul orb on the outside, who could be sure that there was only one person who had died inside? At this moment, the old man's eyes fell on the scoreboard as he looked at the names that had just been added. For the same amount of points, the more points one obtained, the lower one's ranking would be. Huang Jiachao, the old man exclaimed when he saw a familiar name. It was none other than Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Jiachao is also on the list? Hearing the old man's exclamation, Hu Linyi immediately looked up and saw Huang Jiachao's name at the very end. Following that, a few more names appeared. Meng Qiuyu. Hu Linyi saw a familiar name appear behind him. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the old woman not far behind him. Meng Qiuyu was the granddaughter of this old woman. The old woman was a one basic celestial king. Previously, Meng Qiuyu had participated in the Southern Heaven combat and obtained a place to stay in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. And this old woman also moved in with him. At that time, he had paid the old man a visit to invite him to join the supporting Fall Nation. However, the old man had turned him down. Although he felt that it was a pity, he was not angry. No matter what, he was still a one basic celestial king. If there was no reason for him to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom, he would not lower himself to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. As for the old man next to him, although he was also a one basic celestial king, he had been following him for many years. He had been following him since before he became a celestial king. HM? She seems to be expressionless. Is she not surprised by Ming Qiuyu's name on the scoreboard, or is she pretending to be calm? Hulini soon discovered that the old woman's expression was as calm as ever, even though she had seen Ming Qiuyu's name at the bottom of the scoreboard. Hulini felt that the old woman was just pretending to be calm. Time continued to pass by. More and more names appeared on the scoreboard. Another 10 days had passed, and there were now about 2,000 people on the scoreboard. During this time, many people witnessed the disappearance of names from the scoreboard. After a while, many people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would gain a lot of points. Usually, those who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would kill the people on the scoreboard and obtain their points. Naturally, there was no rule on the scoreboard. Therefore, no one could be certain who had killed whom. A month has passed. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian's name appeared on the scoreboard yet? Hulini muttered to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian's soul pearl in his spatial ring. Then, he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the scoreboard. Ever since the number of names on the scoreboard reached 2,000, the number of names on the scoreboard had stopped increasing. In fact, it seemed to be decreasing. This was because there were only 12,000 people who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since some of them had died, it was only natural that not many of them were still alive. His name appeared earlier. As soon as Hulini finished speaking, an old voice rang in his ears. "You're right. You're right." Hulini turned around and saw the old woman was none other than Ming Qiuyu, the grandmother of one of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation. The old woman called herself Granny Ming. Duan Lingtian's name appeared? Hulini frowned. He had been looking at the scoreboard earlier. If Duan Lingtian's name had appeared, it would have been impossible for him not to know about it. Your Majesty, Duan Lingtian's name did appear. However, it's not at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's in the middle. Just as Hulini was about to voice his doubts, the old man beside him spoke up. Upon hearing the old woman's words, the old woman's eyes shifted from the bottom of the scoreboard to the top. In the end, she saw Duan Lingtian's name at the 930th place. Duan Lingtian's name. He had accumulated 3 points. 3 points? Don't tell me the first person he killed had accumulated 2 points? Hulini followed the old woman's gaze and saw Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. Although Hulini had been paying attention to the scoreboard earlier, he had only focused on the bottom of the scoreboard. He instinctively thought Duan Lingtian's name would appear at the bottom of the scoreboard. After all, the names of the 4 people from the supporting Fall Nation had always appeared at the bottom of the scoreboard. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would enter the top 1,000 as soon as he appeared. Now, Jia Chao's name is at the bottom of the scoreboard. Hulini glanced at the scoreboard again. Among the 5 people from the supporting Fall Nation, 4 of them had accumulated 3 points. Only Huang Jiachao had accumulated 2 points. The 4 people with 3 points were Huang Jialong, who was ranked 322nd, Hu Jiyong, who was ranked 353rd, Meng Qiuyu, who was ranked 398th, and Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 930th. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was also ranked last on the scoreboard with 3 points. After all, he was the last person to accumulate 3 points. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, 2 figures stood facing each other in the forest. The thick smell of gunpowder spread out, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become a little tense. One of the 2 young men was dressed in purple, while the other was dressed in green. Apart from that, both of them were handsome and had outstanding auras. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the purple-clad young man was more pleasant to look at than the green-clad young man. The green-clad young man had a cold expression on his face, giving off an unapproachable aura. At this moment, a corpse lay on the ground not far away from the purple-clad young man. There were no wounds on the corpse. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a large dent on the corpse's chest. I have 2 points. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative points jade hanging from his waist and discovered there were 3 points in his accumulative points jade. He was overjoyed. I'm afraid this person has more points than me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the green-clad young man in front of him. The green-clad young man and the blue-clad young man who was lying on the ground were the first group of people Duan Lingtian had encountered after wandering in the forest for a month. Furthermore, the two of them were walking together. It was obvious that they were from the same faction and had a very close relationship. Third brother. I'll capture this brat and bring him to you for you to kill. These were the last words of the blue-robed young man before he died, and they were said to the green-robed young man. After he finished speaking, he rushed towards the green-robed young man in a menacing manner. The green-clad young man's strength was, at best, on par with Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat. The reason he mentioned Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat was because of his strength. Now that Huang Jialong had obtained the Wind-type King-grade divine ability, his strength had improved tremendously. Although Huang Jialong had not fully comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, he had managed to grasp the basics of the wind elemental profundity. Apart from that, based on the blue-clad young man's words, Huang Jialong could tell the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man. Whether it was in terms of status or strength, the green-clad young man was superior to the blue-clad young man. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, strength was the only thing that mattered. If the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man, no one would know he was the one who killed the green-clad young man. Based on the blue-clad young man's respectful attitude toward the green-clad young man, it was clear the green-clad young man was stronger than the blue-clad young man. Before the blue-clad young man encountered Duan Lingtian, he had already captured a person for the green-clad young man to kill. However, the blue-clad young man did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. This time, he had bitten off more than he could chew. He did not expect a brat who was not even 100 years old would be able to kill him with just one strike. The corpse of the blue-clothed young man lay there with a look of disbelief remaining on his face. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. The earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Chapter 2998. From the beginning until the end, the green-clad young man turned a blind eye to his companion's death. Even when the blue-clad young man fell, his expression did not change at all. It was as though the blue-clad young man was not his companion, but an insignificant person. The earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Based on the green-clad young man's words, it was clear he had figured out Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. Moreover, he was not flustered at all when he realized Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn. There were only two possibilities why the green-clad young man was so calm. The first possibility was that he was deliberately mystifying the situation. The second possibility was that he had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity. Duan Lingtian felt the second possibility was more likely. All of a sudden, the green-clad young man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as well. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it transformed into a gust of wind that swirled around his body and lifted him up into the air. At this moment, the green-clad young man rose into the air. However, he was not flying normally. Instead, he was being lifted up by the gust of wind. The wind elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he saw the gust of wind around the green-clad young man. As expected, this young man had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, the wind elemental profundity that the green-clad young man had comprehended was completely different from Huang Jialong's wind elemental profundity. At most, Huang Jialong had only comprehended the surface of the wind elemental profundity. However, the green-clad young man had completely comprehended the wind elemental profundity. Based on the speed of his celestial origin energy merging with the wind elemental profundity, it was clear he had comprehended the wind elemental profundity for a long time. I'm Sima Chun from the Sima clan. The green-clothed young man who was completely swept up by the green gale stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke indifferently and introduced himself. Sima family? The grade 7 Sima clan that's said to be second only to the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the green-clothed young man introduce himself. He had heard about the Sima clan from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation when he was on his way to the scaling Cloud Lake. However, what he did not expect was that the green-clothed youth in front of him was actually from the Sima clan. He still remembered Huang Jialong's words. Brother Duan, apart from those from Grade 8 Celestial Kingdoms and Grade 8 forces, some Grade 7 forces will also be participating in the expedition to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Due to their backgrounds, some of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces have come into contact with King Grade Celestial methods and divine abilities at a young age. The most outstanding overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials have comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. This was what Huang Jialong had told him. No wonder he's so confident. As it turns out, he's from a Grade 7 force. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he calmly introduced himself. I'm Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation. You're not even 100 years old, but you're already a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Your innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Sima Chun looked at Duan Lingtian and was not stingy with his compliments. This is the first time I've met someone with your innate talent and comprehension ability. You're not bad yourself, Duan Lingtian replied. Even so, you're destined to die here today. I, Sima Chun, should be proud of myself for being able to kill someone with such innate talent and comprehension ability. Sima Chun's eyes were brimming with killing intent. It was clear he was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, most people would not hold back unless they encountered someone they were close to. However, the fact that Sima Chun was so confident about killing Duan Lingtian despite knowing how strong Duan Lingtian was. It seems like Sima Chun has comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Am I really that lucky? Faced with Sima Chun's confidence, Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law was definitely one of the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Such a person could do whatever he wanted in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, any Tao talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial could not be used. Even if it was used, it would be destroyed by the formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If that was the case, the Tao talisman would be wasted. Tao talismans that contained powerful attacks and techniques were usually imbued with the celestial origin energy of the powerhouse who inscribed them. The celestial origin energy was superior to the celestial origin energy of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. For this reason, Tao talismans that could threaten overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials could not be used in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Under such circumstances, one had to rely on one's own strength. Many people have said such words, but in the end, without exception, they all died. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed Sima Chun's killing intent. His voice turned cold as well. That's because they're useless. I'll be an exception, Sima Chun said as he raised his hand. A sword that glowed faintly appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial sword. You're welcome to try. The king-grade celestial weapon, a long rod, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Currently, he could use any weapon he wanted with his celestial methods and divine abilities. Among the few king-grade celestial weapons in his possession, only the long rod was an offensive king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, he usually used it to fight. Humph! Sima Chun's expression turned cold when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him at all. Green energy swirled around him as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. At the same time, faint blue afterimages appeared under Sima Chun's feet, further increasing his speed. As a cheetah-like figure appeared on the surface of Sima Chun's body, His speed reached an extremely exaggerated level. His speed was almost on par with Duan Lingtian's fastest speed. HM? Just as Duan Lingtian thought Sima Chun was moving at his fastest speed, Sima Chun's figure blurred and turned into a blur before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not even see Sima Chun's figure clearly. Is this the second profundity from the law of wind that he has comprehended? In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's expression changed dramatically. Apart from that, he could not think of any other way Sima Chun could move at such a terrifying speed. His speed has increased so much in just a blink of an eye. His second profundity from the law of wind is most likely a profundity that focuses on speed, right? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Brat, if you don't want to die, use all your celestial origin energy and merge it with the earth elemental energy into your vest. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's anxious voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian hastily circulated his celestial origin energy and merged it with the earth elemental energy into his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon vest. In just a blink of an eye, the silhouette of a vest made of crimson scales appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. As soon as the silhouette of the vest appeared, a mysterious yellow energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the silhouette of the vest. The silhouette of the vest seemed to become more corporeal. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian knew the Chaos Divine Earth had made its move again. It had used its energy to strengthen his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth's energy merged with the silhouette of the vest, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not even have the time to react before the sword rays that were filled with green energy whistled down like a storm and slammed onto the silhouette that appeared on the surface of his body. Chi, 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 chi. The silhouette of the vest trembled violently. It looked as though it would collapse at any moment, but it stubbornly held on. What a fast speed! What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian was shocked. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's energy that had merged with his defensive celestial weapon, he would not have been able to withstand Sima Chun's attack. It's too fast. What profundity did Sima Chun comprehend from the law of wind? Duan Lingtian instinctively asked the Chaos Divine Earth, "What's going on?" The second profundity from the law of wind he comprehended is the gale profundity. It's one of the most practical profundities from the law of wind. Not only can it increase one's movement speed, but it can also increase one's attack speed as well. Boy, if it weren't for me, you would have been killed by his sword by now, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Sima Chun is one of the strongest overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone turned solemn as it spoke. However, now that you have my help, he won't be able to break through your defenses no matter how fast he is. A hint of pride could be seen on the Chaos Divine Earth's face as it continued to say, in the end, he had no choice but to give up on attacking you. It was as though the Chaos Divine Earth's words were a foil to Sima Chun. After a while, Sima Chun finally stopped attacking Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the silhouette of Sima Chun's figure that Duan Lingtian could not see clearly appeared again. I didn't expect you to comprehend a second profundity from the law of earth as well. The second profundity from the law of earth you've comprehended is a defensive profundity, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to block my attack so easily. Chapter 2999. After Sima Chun stopped attacking, he had no intention of continuing to attack. After all, he had used all his strength earlier, but he still could not break through Duan Lingtian's defense. If he continued to attack, the result would still be the same. It was better for him to save his energy. It seems like I've underestimated you. Sima Chun looked at Duan Lingtian before he turned around and prepared to leave. Did I say you could leave? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and sneered. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity surged and emitted a majestic aura. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sima Chun paused for a moment before he turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. I admit your defense is very strong. I can't kill you. However, how can you compare to my speed? Even if I don't take the initiative to attack, I can still dodge your attacks. Sima Chun said arrogantly, I can't break through your defense, and you can't keep up with my speed. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me. Sima Chun was very confident in his speed. After all, he had comprehended the law of wind that specialized in speed. Moreover, he had comprehended two profundities from the law of wind. Apart from the fundamental profundity, the other profundity was the gale profundity, which specialized in speed. After Sima Chun finished speaking, he turned around and left. As soon as Sima Chun turned around, Duan Lingtian's cold voice rang in the air. What if I use my royal-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's voice pierced Sima Chun's ears. Sima Chun instinctively came to a halt. When he turned around, he saw Duan Lingtian's royal-grade celestial weapon. The long rod was no longer in his hand. It was replaced by a ring. The ring was different from ordinary rings. There were 9 sharp points around the ring, and they were of different shapes. It looked strange. In addition, the ring was fiery red, but it was not a color that was dyed. Instead, it was the color of the material that made the ring. The ring's aura was not as dazzling as a king-grade celestial weapon. However, as Duan Lingtian continued to infuse his energy into the ring, it began to emit an aura that was even more terrifying than a king-grade celestial weapon. Furthermore, as soon as the aura appeared, even Sima Chun, who was standing quite a distance away, could smell the stench of death. Royal-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Lingtian mentioned the royal-grade celestial weapon, he thought Duan Lingtian was bluffing. When Sima Chun sensed the aura of the ring in Duan Lingtian's hand, he was certain it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. How is this possible? He's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could he possess a royal-grade celestial weapon? At this moment, Sima Chun's mind was filled with disbelief. He could not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, even the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan, did not possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. In fact, even if the Sima clan possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon, they would not dare to reveal it. After all, it would be impossible for them to keep their royal-grade celestial weapon. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, the only grade 7 forces that could keep their royal-grade celestial weapons were the 3 sects and 2 clans that were subordinate to the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, if the 3 sects and 2 clans wanted to keep their royal-grade celestial weapons, they would need the approval of the profound Nether Mansion. Based on this, one could see how precious a royal-grade celestial weapon was. Sima Chun found it hard to believe that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Run. Sima Chun regained his senses. He only had one thought in his mind. Run. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's speed was not as fast as his. However, things were different now that Duan Lingtian had a royal-grade celestial weapon. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to his. The only thing he could do now was to escape from Duan Lingtian's attack range. As long as Duan Lingtian could not catch up to him, he would be able to escape. However, if he could think of this, how could Duan Lingtian not think of it? If he was not confident, why would Duan Lingtian remind him that he possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon? Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the green energy raging around Sima Chun. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. Gravitational space profundity. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a pressure that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly shrouded Sima Chun, causing him to slow down. The suction force from Duan Lingtian's direction forcefully pulled at Sima Chun's body. Although it did not slow Sima Chun down, it did slow him down. Wong. As soon as Sima Chun slowed down, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and tossed the royal-grade celestial weapon, out of his hand. Wong, 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 Wong. The ring whizzed out, and the 9 horns on it shone with a sharp luster. They were like 9 indestructible swords, capable of tearing through everything. The royal-grade celestial weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given to him. Duan Lingtian did not dare to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon to others. However, he dared to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon today because he was confident no one would know about it. After all, a dead person would not spread the news. Moreover, communication celestial talismans were prohibited in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm prohibited the use of communication celestial talismans. This was also done to prevent some people from uniting too early and killing those who were left alone with their numbers. Wong, 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 Wong. Although Sima Chun was fleeing as fast as he could still clearly hear the buzzing sound behind him that was getting closer and closer. When this voice entered his ears, it was like the god of death was calling him, causing his heart to burn with anxiety and his courage to be torn apart. He has comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity to such an extent. Sima Chun could tell Duan Lingtian was still a ways away from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage based on the suction force that enveloped him. However, in Sima Chun's opinion, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but he had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity to the rudimentary stage. Not only that, but he had also comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. What kind of monster had he encountered? If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed there was such a monster in the profound nether mansion. If it were not for the weak suction force that enveloped him, he was confident he would be able to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon that was flying toward him. However, due to the weak suction force, Sima Chun's speed was slightly reduced, making it impossible for him to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon. No. When the mysterious Yang-9 water chestnut ring was still more than 10 meters away from Sima Chun, the sharp rays of light raging on its surface were about to fall on Sima Chun's body. Sima Chun roared and quickly recovered. At the same time, he forcefully stopped his body. In the next moment, green energy began to gather around him. At the same time, the shadow of a dark green armor appeared on the surface of his body. The moment the shadow of the armor appeared, the azure wind completely merged into it. In addition, Sima Chun's other methods were also used to support the emerald armor phantom, forming a sturdy layer of defense around his body. Even then, Sima Chun's face was still as pale as a sheet of paper. He was not confident his defense would be able to withstand the attack of the royal-grade celestial weapon. "If you dare to kill me, the Sima clan won't let you go," Sima Chun said as he glared at Duan Lingtian, who was rushing toward him. He brought up the Sima clan to threaten Duan Lingtian to stop. "That depends on whether the Sima clan knows I killed you or not." Duan Lingtian, who was much slower than the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring, smirked when he heard Sima Chun's threat. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, the 9 horns of the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring shot out 9 rays of light and landed on Sima Chun's defense. The 9 rays of light cut through Sima Chun's defense one after another. The first ray was blocked, the second ray continued to fall, and the third ray tore through his defense. A royal-grade celestial weapon is so powerful? At this moment, Sima Chun could clearly sense how terrifying a royal-grade celestial weapon was. He no longer dared to continue defending himself. He tried to flee again. However, the suction force that enveloped him made it impossible for him to unleash his full speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Due to Sima Chun's hasty escape, his defense had weakened slightly. For this reason, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring only spun 3 times before it tore through Sima Chun's defense. No. Sima Chun let out a furious roar when his defenses were completely torn apart, and he was on the brink of death. This time, his roar was filled with an extreme unwillingness to admit defeat. Just because of the difference of a royal-grade celestial weapon, he was going to die at the hands of an opponent who was on par with him. How could he accept this? Spurt. Regardless of how indignant Sima Chun was, he still died under the mystical young 9 water chestnut ring. He was killed by Duan Lingtian. Sima Chun's body was torn apart by the mystical young 9 water chestnut ring. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. It was clear how indignant he was. Crack. After Sima Chun died, his accumulative points jade shattered. His points were taken by Duan Lingtian's accumulative points jade. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took Sima Chun's spatial ring. Sima Chun, the most talented genius in the Sima clan, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian in the southern heaven ancient realm. Chapter 3000. In the Devata realms, celestial weapons were divided into various grades. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon was, the greater the difference in strength between the grades. For example, a king-grade celestial weapon could not compare to a royal-grade celestial weapon. The difference between the two was much greater than the difference between a duke-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon. However, Sima Chun's speed is indeed fast. If I didn't comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill him even if I used my royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Earth in his body. The moment he took out his royal-grade celestial weapon, Sima Chun's death was certain. There was no way he would let Sima Chun leave alive since news of him possessing a royal-grade celestial weapon would leak out. At that time, unless he was willing to hand over his royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to escape. Apart from that, the Chaos Divine Earth had also predicted that he would be able to kill Sima Chun with his royal-grade celestial weapon. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth scoffed. Brat, if you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to kill him even without using your royal-grade celestial weapon. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity is the bane of speed. If you've comprehended it to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to cast the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, to trap Sima Chun inside. Sima Chun relies on speed to survive. He'd definitely die if he's trapped in the Black Rock Prison. At that time, you wouldn't even need to use your royal-grade celestial weapon to kill him. The Chaos Divine Earth said. The rudimentary stage. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a hint of yearning. The Earth-type king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, contained 2 profundities from the law of Earth. He had already comprehended one of the profundities, the Earth elemental profundity, but he had yet to fully comprehend the gravitational space profundity. Naturally, he had only comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. This was the best he could do with a king-grade celestial method. Even so, Duan Lingtian was able to unleash the full power of the Black Rock Prison. Under the condition that they were at the same cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to trap Sima Chun. Once Sima Chun was trapped, Sima Chun would be like a turtle in a jar, at his mercy. After all, as long as he could not escape from the Black Rock Prison, it would be useless no matter how fast he was. How many points did that brat give you? The Chaos Divine Earth asked curiously. That brat's strength is not bad. He should have a lot of points. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian immediately sent his consciousness into his accumulative points jade token and saw the number of points he had accumulated. 11 points. That means that the Sima clan member just now has 8 points in his jade token. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Earth, 8 points. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent for a moment. After a moment of silence, it continued to say, now that the brat is dead, his name will be removed from the scoreboard. If your points increase by that much, I'm afraid everyone will know you're the one who killed him. Although you'll be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans after you leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, that force won't be able to protect you forever. The Sima clan will eventually find an opportunity to kill you. For this reason, if the Sima clan finds out you're the one who killed him, you'll definitely become the Sima clan's enemy. The Chaos Divine Earth expressed its concern. Don't worry. I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have thought of this as well. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has thought of this as well. Based on what I know, there's a formation that contains the law of time in the southern heaven ancient realm. The deaths of those who die in the formation will be transmitted to their soul pearls outside. This is to prevent the people outside from knowing who killed who. Based on this, it's clear the southern heaven celestial lord, who created the southern heaven ancient realm, is intentionally protecting those who kill in the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the matter you mentioned. You're right, Duan Lingtian said. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's speculation. However, even if it was just a guess, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. This was because he was confident in his guess. He felt his guess was most likely correct. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to withdraw his divine consciousness from the accumulative point jade, he sensed a peculiar aura surging out of it. The moment this aura appeared, it fused with his divine sense and led his divine sense in a direction to the right. That aura seems to be guiding me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade suddenly lit up as though it was resonating with something. At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Once you obtain 10 points in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, you'll be guided to the celestial lord temple that I left behind in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As soon as the voice rang in the air, it disappeared as though it was never there. This voice, could it be the voice of the southern heaven celestial lord, who created the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll be guided to the celestial lord temple if I obtain 10 points? I've never heard of this before. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could this be a new rule in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? However, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. However, if this was not the rule, why had he not heard of the celestial lord temple before he entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Moreover, he had never heard of the celestial lord temple being led to the celestial lord temple if he obtained 10 points. After pondering for a while, Duan Lingtian still could not figure it out. Then, he thought of the chaos divine earth and asked it about it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. To his surprise, the chaos divine earth did not seem surprised at all. Perhaps, the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can erase one's memories of the celestial lord temple. Under such circumstances, even if one leaves the celestial lord temple, they won't be able to recall their experiences in the celestial lord temple. Some powerful celestial lords are capable of setting up such a formation. Of course, they'll only forget about the experience. The things they obtained during this period of time will still be stored in their spatial rings. It's just that they'll forget how they obtained those things after they leave this place. Duan Lingtian nodded. After leaving the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, you'll forget how you obtained those things? Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as he inhaled sharply. He still remembered that Huang Jialong had once said something similar to him. In the past, some of the powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials who survived the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm did not have any recollection of their gains. It was as though their gains had appeared out of thin air in their spatial rings. In fact, some of them even discovered that they had accumulated points after leaving the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but they could not remember how they obtained those points. It seems like I can't bring the information about the celestial lord temple and the 10 points out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. You can't bring it out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but I can. After you leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'll tell you everything. The chaos divine earth said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked to the right. The aura from the accumulative point jade had fused with his divine consciousness and guided him to the right direction. The Celestial Lord Temple. I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple if I collect 10 points. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I wonder if anyone has already arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm sure there are others on their way as well. After witnessing Sima Chun's strength, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Sima Chun was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from one of the grade 7 forces. Many Grade 7 forces had also sent people to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Needless to say, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were sent by Grade 7 forces to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not to be underestimated. Duan Lingtian was certain there were some who were on par with Sima Chun. In fact, there might even be some who were stronger than him. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Celestial Lord Temple. Since the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had left the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it had to be a good place. Moreover, based on the conditions set by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, not just anyone could enter the Celestial Lord Temple. Only those who had accumulated 10 points would be able to learn the location of the Celestial Lord Temple and be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to entering the Celestial Lord Temple. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow the directions to the Celestial Lord Temple, above the center of the scaling cloud lake, a name that was originally ranked 6th on the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. As soon as the name disappeared, the names behind it moved forward. An uproar broke out immediately. The name that disappeared seems to belong to Sima Chun? That's right. It's Sima Chun. Sima Chun already had 8 points. But now, his name has disappeared. Heavens! Sima Chun is dead? The fact that Sima Chun managed to accumulate 8 points means he's not a simple person. How did he die? He's not a simple person. Not only is Sima Chun extraordinary, but he's also the most talented person in the Grade 7 Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Sima Chun, didn't he comprehend the gale profundity from the law of wind? With such strength, he was actually killed by someone? Chapter 3001. How's this possible? In the sky above the central area of Scaling Cloud Lake, many people were looking at him. When they saw that Ma Chun's name had disappeared from the scoreboard, an old man in gray clothes was shocked. His pupils shrank and his face changed. At the same time, a powerful aura involuntarily swept out from his body, causing some of the surrounding people with weaker cultivations to feel their hearts palpitate. How powerful! Who's he? Just his aura alone is terrifying. You don't know him? He's the Grand Elder of the Grade 7 Sima clan. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan? Why did he come here? With his status, he shouldn't have come to such an event, right? It seems like the Grand Elder of the Sima clan is having a hard time accepting Sima Chun's death. It's normal. With Sima Chun's innate talent and comprehension ability, he must have been heavily nurtured by the Sima clan. It's hard for the high-ranking officials of the Sima clan to accept the loss of such a talent. Although many people recognized the old man, they were not aware of his relationship with Sima Chun. The gray-clad old man was the leader of the Sima clan. He was Sima Ping Dong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. His strength was on par with the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, excluding the coupling Celestial Sect's Grand Elder from the Sima clan. This was his first time leading a team to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had chosen to lead the team this time because his favorite grandson was among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Sima clan. Sima Chun was his grandson. Chun-er is dead? Sima Ping Dong's expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself. It was as though he could not believe this was true. My condolences, Grand Elder. A middle-aged man stood next to Sima Ping Dong. He was also an elder of the Sima clan. However, his status in the Sima clan was far inferior to Sima Ping Dong. Sima Chun is the Grand Elder's favorite grandson. Now that he's dead, the Grand Elder must be regretting allowing Sima Chun to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Sima clan elder sighed in his heart. He knew that Sima Chun was irreplaceable in the heart of the Sima clan's Grand Elder. Now that Sima Chun was dead, one could only imagine how the Grand Elder of the Sima clan was feeling right now. However, his heart was also filled with shock. Sima Chun actually died in there? After all, Sima Chun was the most outstanding genius in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Not only was he a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he had also comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Wind. With such strength, He was definitely ranked in the top 10 among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the southern heaven ancient realm. But now, he was dead. Boom. The space beneath Sima Pingdong's feet trembled. In a flash, he arrived near the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. His eyes landed on Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed. Sect leader Bihai, Elder Pingdong. The Sima clan was a grade 7 clan, so it was only natural for Bihai Mingfeng to recognize the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. I can roughly guess why you're here. However, even we don't know what's going on in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, we can't tell you who killed your grandson even if we wanted to, Bihai Mingfeng said. Sima Pingdong nodded. I know that. Sima Pingdong nodded. Then, he said in a deep voice, I'm here to ask you for a favor, sect leader Bihai. If I can confirm who killed my grandson, I hope you'll hand him over to me, sect leader Bihai. From the beginning until the end, Sima Pingdong did not even look at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After all, these 4 people would not be able to stop him if he wanted to kill someone. Only Bihai Mingfeng was capable of stopping him. I'm afraid that won't do. Bihai Mingfeng shook his head. It's not that I don't want to give you face, Elder Pingdong, but the 3 sects and 2 clans don't have a say in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, the profound nether mansion is the one who gave us the authority to open the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Sect leader Bihai, as one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, if you're willing to do me a favor, I'm sure the profound nether mansion won't blame you for this matter. Sima Pingdong was very persistent. However, Bihai Mingfeng still rejected him. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave. From the beginning until the end, many people's eyes followed Sima Pingdong's every move. They could vaguely guess why Sima Pingdong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, is Sima Chun's grandfather. Now that Sima Chun is dead, he must be itching to kill the murderer. I'm sure he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, does he know who killed his grandson, Sima Chun? I'm sure he won't be able to confirm that. However, he has to be prepared. What if he's able to confirm his grandson's death? If sect leader Bihai makes a move, he won't be able to kill the murderer to avenge his grandson. That's why he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, based on his unsightly expression, it's obvious sect leader Bihai has rejected him. It's normal. If sect leader Bihai doesn't reject him, who would dare to kill in the southern heaven ancient realm in the future? Many people could guess why Sima Pingdong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. After Sima Chun's death, I don't think there's anyone with 8 points on the scoreboard. A middle-aged man muttered as he looked at the scoreboard. Nonsense. Of course, that's impossible. An old man standing near the middle-aged man said matter-of-factly, if there's someone with 8 points, wouldn't it be telling everyone that he's the one who killed Sima Chun? Under such circumstances, the 8 points obtained by the person who killed Sima Chun would slowly increase on the scoreboard. It's like a smokescreen to prevent people from finding out who killed whom. The old man said, I see. In that case, unless the person who killed Sima Chun admits to killing Sima Chun, or someone saw him kill Sima Chun, no one will know he's the one who killed Sima Chun. That's right. If that's not the case, those who enter the southern heaven ancient realm will have to hold back. If that's the case, what's the point of opening the southern heaven ancient realm? Many people who were unaware of the rules of the scoreboard finally learned about it. Duan Lingtian's points have increased by 2 points. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, who had been staring at the scoreboard all this while, suddenly widened his eyes. Although at the same time, there were a few people whose points increased by 1 or 2 points, and the increase was not noticeable at all, he still saw it. After all, he was only paying attention to the names on the scoreboard. 5 points. As expected, Duan Lingtian didn't let me down, Hu Linyi said with a smile on his face. A smile appeared on Hu Linyi's face, but when he saw the top few people on the scoreboard, he could not help but frown. However, the person in the first place has already obtained 11 points. Even the person who's ranked 10th has 7 points. I hope he'll be able to enter the top 10 as soon as possible. A hint of hope could be seen in Hu Lini's eyes. Although he had been paying attention to the death of Sima Chun, the prodigy of the Sima clan, he did not think Duan Lingtian was involved in Sima Chun's death. In his opinion, Sima Chun was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended two profundities from the law of wind. Moreover, it was said that Sima Chun had comprehended the Gale profundity. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Sima Chun. In fact, Hu Lini was certain Sima Chun was not a match for Sima Chun. He was certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Sima Chun. Grand Elder, even if the person from the coupling celestial sect agrees to your request, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to find your grandson's murderer. Another elder from the Sima clan said with a wry smile on his face, I'll kill whoever's the biggest suspect. Sima Pingdong said in a deep voice. Although he had many sons and even more grandchildren, the one he valued the most was still Sima Chun. Sima Chun's death had infuriated him. He wanted nothing more than to charge into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to find the murderer and avenge Sima Chun. Upon hearing Sima Pingdong's words, the elder from the Sima clan smiled bitterly. Among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the southern heaven ancient realm, only a few from grade 7 forces were a match for Sima Chun. However, those people were only as strong as Sima Chun. It would be difficult for them to kill Sima Chun. Naturally, there was another possibility. Sima Chun was killed by a group of people. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to find out who killed Sima Chun. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening outside. Even though his points were still slowly increasing, and it didn't take long for his points to increase by 8 points, it was still not enough. Nevertheless, no one suspected him of killing Sima Chun. After all, he was not the only one who had gained 8 points during this period. Apart from that, there were also a few people who knew about his strength. Through these people, it was easy for Sima Pingdong to remove Duan Lingtian from the list of suspects. Not long after Sima Chun's death, Sima Pingdong purposely stared at the scoreboard and remembered the names of those who increased their points quickly. He included them in the list of suspects who killed his grandson. In the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'm finally out. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. Duan Lingtian finally made it out of the seemingly endless forest. Moreover, he was traveling at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3002. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered 3 people. One of them took advantage of the fact that he was not even 100 years old and attacked him. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, were fighting, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, they did not have the courage to attack Duan Lingtian. In fact, they thought they were going to die. However, since they did not make a move, Duan Lingtian did not take the initiative to attack them as well. Currently, Duan Lingtian's top priority was to reach the Celestial Lord Temple. The Celestial Lord Temple seemed to be a place left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. After walking out of the forest for a month, Duan Lingtian entered a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. On this plain, there were still some mountain ridges that could be seen from a distance. However, they were all individual mountain ridges, and there were no continuous mountain ranges. After traveling for another 3 days, when Duan Lingtian was passing by a mountain ridge, he could clearly hear the sound of fighting coming from the mountain ridge. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not plan to interfere. However, when an extremely arrogant voice sounded, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately as he descended from the sky. Wang Jiachao, you're no match for me. Prepare to die. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he did not continue on his journey. Instead, he descended from the sky and entered the mountain. Soon, 2 figures fighting fiercely appeared in front of him. One of them was at a disadvantage. As for the voice from earlier, it was emitted by that other person. The person who was at a disadvantage was Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. He was also Huang Jialong's younger brother. After descending from the sky, Duan Lingtian did not hide his presence. Instead, he intentionally released his aura. After sensing his aura and discovering his existence, the two people who were fighting fiercely immediately separated from each other. Be brother Duan? Huang Jiachao thought he was going to die. He did not expect the person who appeared at the critical moment to be his brother's good friend. Huang Jiachao was overjoyed. His eyes and face were filled with joy. Swoosh. The expression of the person who was fighting Huang Jiachao changed drastically when he saw Huang Jiachao knew the person. Brother Duan? When he heard how Huang Jiachao addressed the newcomer, his eyes widened immediately. Don't tell me he's Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation? The one who could easily defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Nanqi Kingdom? At the thought of this, the young man in brocade who was confronting Huang Jiachao suddenly changed his expression. Then, his figure flashed and he tried to escape. Swoosh. However, as soon as the young man in embroidered clothes moved, a figure appeared in his path like a ghost and blocked his path. The person who blocked his path was none other than Duan Lingtian. Although the young Duan Lingtian did not provoke him, he could not just stand by and watch the young Duan Lingtian kill Huang Jialong's younger brother. Duan Lingtian, I didn't offend you. The young Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a pale face. His eyes and face were filled with fear. He clenched his fists tightly, and he could feel his palms breaking out in cold sweat. Even Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, could easily defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian was someone who could easily defeat Xue Jingyu. Moreover, based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian appeared, it was clear he was no match for Duan Lingtian. As soon as the young Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian struck with his rod at lightning speed, killing the young Duan Lingtian. The young Duan Lingtian did not even have time to react before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, not to mention that he didn't react in time. Even if he reacted in time and executed a defense, it would still be impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's rod strike. Duan Lingtian's rod contained his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity, the immobilization king method, and the eastern purple qi. It was not something a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had yet to comprehend a law could withstand. Are you all right? After killing the young Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiachao, who was flying toward him with a smile on his face. I'm fine. Huang Jiachao shook his head. A hint of fear could be seen on his face as he said, Brother Duan, it's fortunate that you appeared in time and lent me a hand. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Xiahou Ji. Xiahou Ji? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. You know him? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the young Duan Lingtian had mentioned Huang Jiachao's name before he appeared. It was highly possible that the young Duan Lingtian knew Huang Jiachao. Even if he did not know Huang Jiachao, he would not have acted so arrogantly when he was about to kill Huang Jiachao. After all, they had no enmity between them. It was impossible for such a situation to occur. Of course, I know him. Huang Jiachao smiled bitterly as he said, Moreover, we had some conflicts. Naturally, the conflict between him and my brother was even worse. He vented his anger on me because of the conflict between him and my brother. Jialong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew Huang Jialong was Huang Jiachao's brother. Apart from Huang Jialong, Huang Jiachao had other brothers. However, they were much older than him, and they did not spend much time together. For this reason, he did not address them intimately. Huang Jialong was the only person he could address as his brother. After all, Huang Jiachao was Huang Jialong's younger brother, and Huang Jialong was close to him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian brought Huang Jiachao with him. The Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao was shocked when he learned about the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious he had not heard of the Celestial Lord Temple before. If I accumulate 10 points, I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember now. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who came out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm don't remember how they obtained the precious items. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials don't know how they obtained the points. It seems like the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can also erase the memories of those who accumulate more than 10 points. Huang Jiaqiao said. Moreover, it doesn't only erase the memories of those who have accumulated more than 10 points. It also erases the memories of those who have come into contact with those who have accumulated more than 10 points. For example, I'm afraid I won't be able to remember what happened after I met you, Brother Duan. Otherwise, I could have told others about what you've told me. I'm sure similar things have happened when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened in the past. However, nobody has heard of the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm certain my speculation is correct. That's most likely the case. Duan Lingtian nodded. Jia Chao, how many points do you have now? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jiaqiao. 3. Huang Jiaqiao smiled sheepishly. I was lucky to encounter 2 ordinary peak, overarching heavenly supreme celestials who only had 1 point each. After killing them, I've accumulated 3 points in my accumulative point jade. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, What about you, Brother Duan? Me? Before I killed that person, I had 16 points. Duan Lingtian replied as he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative point jade in his hand. Currently, I have a total of 21 points. I didn't expect that person to have 5 points, Duan Lingtian said. Although Huang Jiaqiao was prepared for this, he was still shocked by the number of points Duan Lingtian had accumulated. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have accumulated 21 points. If Xiaoji had killed me, he would have accumulated 8 points. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to have encountered you, Brother Duan. Huang Jiaqiao sighed in relief as he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Brother Duan, I know you're close to my brother. It's just a piece of cake for you to save me. However, I, Huang Jiaqiao, will remember this kindness in my heart. I will find an opportunity to repay you in the future, Huang Jiaqiao said resolutely. Upon seeing the determination in Huang Jiaqiao's eyes, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with pleasantries. He only smiled faintly. Jiaqiao, you're going to the Celestial Lord Temple with me. I wonder if there's a point requirement for entering the Celestial Lord Temple. I'll kill people, and you'll collect points. Try to accumulate more than 10 points in your points jade token as soon as possible. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and said to Huang Jiaqiao, Brother Duan Lingtian, you'll be able to accumulate more points in your accumulative point jade? I don't think that's appropriate. How can I keep the points from the people you killed? Although Huang Jiaqiao was tempted, he shook his head and rejected Duan Lingtian's offer. Brother Duan, I know you want to help me, but I hope you'll rank first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Just do as I say. Duan Lingtian did not give Huang Jiaqiao any room for negotiation. Huang Jiaqiao could only smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Since Duan Lingtian wanted to accumulate points for Huang Jiaqiao, he did not show any mercy. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to kill people whom he did not know, and did not attack him or Huang Jiaqiao first. After killing 2 people, Huang Jiaqiao's points increased to 10. I've received some guidance as well, Huang Jiaqiao said to Duan Lingtian. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, Duan Lingtian did not hold back and killed a few more people to accumulate points. Those who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were well aware of the dangers in the lower realm. Therefore, they were prepared to face death. However, the people who were killed by Duan Lingtian did not only feel despair, but they also felt extremely aggrieved at the moment before they died. Chapter 3003. In fact, those who could survive for more than 2 months in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were the cream of the crop among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered a few overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. They were stronger than Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat and were on par with Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. These people were unlucky to have encountered Duan Lingtian. They did not even have the chance to make a move before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was easy for him to kill an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had not comprehended any profundities. Brother Duan, don't be hasty in selling the king-grade celestial weapons in their possession. It's best to wait until you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans before selling them. If you don't lack celestial crystals, it's best to delay selling them. Huang Jiachao reminded Duan Lingtian. Throughout their journey, Huang Jiachao had grown numb to Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he had heard from his brother, Huang Jialong, that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than before, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were 2 completely different things. All right, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. After traveling for a while, Huang Jiachao's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, I feel that the guiding aura seems to have changed a little. Could it be that the Celestial Lord Temple is about to arrive? I feel it as well. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he looked ahead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he vaguely sensed something nearby. There seems to be something over there. At this moment, Huang Jiachao also looked to the left. It was clear he had also sensed the same thing Duan Lingtian had sensed. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huang Jiachao was looking at. With just a glance, he saw a blue light that was thousands of meters away from him. The blue light did not seem to be heading toward the Celestial Lord Temple. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense a commotion coming from inside. Moreover, this commotion was becoming more and more intense. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was far stronger than Huang Jiachao, their divine consciousness, as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was similar. For this reason, Huang Jiachao could also sense the commotion that Duan Lingtian could sense. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Due to the fact that it was not far away, Duan Lingtian could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and flashed towards the blue water that was a few thousand meters away. Huang Jiachao, naturally, followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. After all, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to survive in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After meeting up with Duan Lingtian, he discovered that even the weakest overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian was as strong as him. The remaining people were all stronger than him. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the blue light. As it turned out, the blue light was actually a small lake in the middle of the desert. However, the surface of the lake was not calm at all. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the lake. It seems like there's a battle going on inside. Huang Jiachao extended his divine consciousness into the lake and quickly sensed the vibrations coming from the depths of the lake. A battle? Inside the lake? At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness into the lake as well. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, could this be a place of fortuitous encounters? There were many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Usually, fortuitous encounters were located in certain places, and they were called places of fortuitous encounters. The fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm could include a king-grade celestial weapon, a king-grade celestial method, a divine ability, a cultivation method, a precious pill, or a precious celestial talisman. There were also some other precious items. Nobody knows about the Celestial Lord Temple. However, many people who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are talking about places of fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiachao and said, Jiachao, I have to admit that both of us are very unlucky. It's been 2 months since we entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, and we only found a place of fortuitous encounter. Although there were not many people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were still many who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters. However, this did not mean one would not be able to obtain fortuitous encounters if one did not encounter a place of fortuitous encounters. Some unlucky overarching heavenly supreme celestials who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters died in the hands of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Those who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in places of fortuitous encounters would be able to obtain the fortuitous encounters of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials if they were strong enough. Although Duan Lingtian did not encounter any places of fortuitous encounters, he had killed quite a number of people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Some of them even had more than 2 king-grade celestial weapons in their spatial rings. However, since Duan Lingtian was not certain which king-grade celestial weapon came from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the southern heaven ancient realm had powerful backgrounds. If he used their king-grade celestial weapons recklessly, he would be discovered and killed. If that was the case, he would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Shall we go in and have a look? Huang Jiaqiao looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. If he was alone, he would definitely hide as far away as possible after discovering that there were people fighting in this place that was suspected to be a land of opportunity. This was because he knew his own strength very well. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was just about to enter the lake when he saw Huang Jiaqiao and Huang Jiaqiao entering the lake. Their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies and blocked the water from entering the lake. It was as though they were walking on flat ground. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. The deeper they went, the louder the sounds in Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao's ears became. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao came to an abrupt halt when they discovered the voice had suddenly stopped. It was as if the voice just now was just an auditory hallucination. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao exchanged a look. It seems like they've discovered us? Huang Jiaqiao asked through voice transmission. It's obvious. If they didn't discover us, they wouldn't have stopped fighting so abruptly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao continued to explore the lake with their divine consciousness. Soon, they discovered that there was a water-repelling array formation at the bottom of the lake, blocking a dilapidated door inside. A sword-shaped stone tablet could be seen at the side of the dilapidated door with 2 large words carved on it. Sword Tomb. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao passed through the formation and stood in front of the dilapidated door. They looked at the sword-shaped stone tablet at the side of the door. Sword Tomb. It seems like there's a place with fortuitous encounters with divine weapons. Huang Jiaqiao said to Duan Lingtian, in the southern heaven ancient realm, there's a king-grade celestial weapon fortuitous encounters in each of the fortuitous encounters. All the weapons in the fortuitous encounters are king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. These king-grade celestial weapons are no different from ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. However, since they've been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy, they're much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Upon hearing Huang Jiaqiao's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. There was a huge difference between king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. Since this place is called the Sword Tomb, it means there's a king-grade celestial sword that has been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. The people here must be fighting for the king-grade celestial sword. Huang Jiaqiao said confidently. As soon as Huang Jiaqiao's voice fell, a deep and loud voice came from within the Sword Tomb at the right time. Since both of you are here, please come in. From the beginning until the end, the people inside the Sword Tomb had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao. Since they were both peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, it was impossible for them to hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao's divine consciousness unless they used a concealment celestial talisman. Celestial talismans that could hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao's divine consciousness were usually inscribed by celestial dukes or stronger. Therefore, they were useless in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After stepping through the dilapidated door of the Sword Tomb, they arrived at a passage that was about 10 meters long. After passing through the passage, they arrived at a spacious cave abode. The cave abode was square and had tens of thousands of sword marks on its walls. Some were deep while some were shallow. Some were deep. It was as though someone had frequently practiced swordsmanship in the cave. At the end of the cave abode, there was a sword-shaped stone platform. Tens of thousands of swords were engraved on the stone platform. None of the swords were the same. Even if they looked similar, their sizes were completely different. The most eye-catching thing was the huge sword that was as long as a 7-foot-long spear that was stabbed into the ground behind the stone platform. The huge sword did not have a blade, making it look like an ordinary stone sword. However, the huge sword that was stabbed into the ground behind the sword-shaped stone platform was emitting 7-colored sword rays. This 7-colored sword light was the sword chi that extended from the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform. It constantly penetrated into the huge sword and then flew out of the huge sword and re-entered the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. From time to time, some sword chis would shoot out from the huge sword, and when they shot a little further, they would leave a new sword mark on the stone wall of the cave. Clearly, the sword marks on the walls of the cave abode were left by the sword chi that extended from the huge sword. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao entered the cave abode, Duan Lingtian sensed the killing intent from the two men standing in the middle of the cave abode. Chapter 3004. A middle-aged man and a young man stood in the middle of the sword tomb as they stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao with sharp eyes. Just as Huang Jiaqiao had said, this was a land of opportunity that contained a divine weapon. It was discovered by the middle-aged man and the young man together. The reason they were fighting earlier was to determine the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. It was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord with his celestial origin energy. Such a king-grade celestial weapon was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Both of them had ordinary king-grade celestial weapons, and their strength was on par. However, if one of them obtained the king-grade celestial sword, they would be able to break the balance. They would be able to take advantage of the difference in strength between the king-grade celestial weapon and ordinary king-grade celestial weapons to defeat or kill the other party. Initially, the two of them were fighting fiercely over the king-grade celestial sword. However, when they realized that someone else had also discovered this place and was approaching, they tacitly retracted their attacks. After all, neither of them wanted to be the prey of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Both of us discovered the sword tomb. Let's join forces and kill them. After that, we'll continue to fight for the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. What do you think? All right. Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao entered the sword tomb, the middle-aged man and the young man agreed to join forces and kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaqiao before they continued to fight for the king-grade celestial sword. That sword seems pretty good. Although Duan Lingtian could sense the killing intent from the middle-aged man and the young man, his expression remained calm as he looked at the huge sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Lad, this sword suits you very well. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body again, as he looked at the gigantic sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Generally speaking, it's best for those who have comprehended the law of wind to use light and sharp weapons. Since you've comprehended the law of earth, it's best for you to use a heavy weapon like this huge sword or a saber or an axe. The Chaos Divine Earth said, HM? As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge sword on the sword-shaped stone platform. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that suited him. Moreover, it was a king-grade celestial weapon that was nurtured by a celestial lord. I want this sword, Duan Lingtian said loudly as he stared at the gigantic sword. It was as though he had completely ignored the two people who were glaring at him and Huang Jiaqiao. Duan Lingtian's kings. Of Duan Lingtian's Duan Lingtian. Duan of Duan kings Tian's. S sword Duan Ling. Of Tian Duan son Lingtian. Duan Tian had heard, S Duan Lingtian sword Duan Dun sword and a. Before Duan Lingtian entered the sword tomb cave, he had heard from the Chaos Divine Earth that the two people fighting inside had yet to comprehend any profundities from a law. No matter how strong and overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was, there was a limit to their strength. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he entered the sword tomb cave. It was as though he was returning to his own home. No, the middle-aged man was about to say not bad when Duan Lingtian, whose celestial origin energy had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity, appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Bang! The staff rose and fell. With just a swing of the staff, the middle-aged man fell to the ground, dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was so fast that the young man at the side didn't even have time to react. When he regained his senses, he discovered the middle-aged man, who was as strong as him, was lying in a pool of his own blood. He's dead? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, I don't want that sword. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Please spare my life so that I can leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive." A hint of pleading could be heard in the middle-aged man's voice when he spoke. However, Duan Lingtian's response was another swing of the staff. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's accumulative point jade shattered as well. The points in the accumulative point jade shattered and became Duan Lingtian's. Unlike the middle-aged man, who was unaware of Duan Lingtian's strength, the middle-aged man was completely unprepared. Although this young man had learned of Duan Lingtian's strength after the middle-aged man's death, he did not have any intention of resisting Duan Lingtian at all, because he knew the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. If he had the courage to fight back, he might have been able to withstand a few moves from Duan Lingtian. However, since he did not have the courage to fight back, he was destined to be killed by Duan Lingtian's staff. After killing the two middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian removed the giant sword from the sword-shaped stone platform. The moment the giant sword left the sword-shaped stone platform and entered his hand, the sword chi that had originally entered the giant sword from the sword-shaped carvings on the stone platform suddenly scattered in all directions, filling the surroundings of the cave dwelling. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of sword chi swirled around the walls of the cave. The number of sword chi continued to increase, emitting a menacing aura. Brother Duan, it's said that one has to pass a test to obtain the fortuitous encounter in the fortuitous encounter. It seems like the two middle-aged men haven't passed the test to obtain the king-grade celestial sword. They're just trying to obtain the fortuitous encounter, Huang Jiaqiao said to Duan Lingtian. In the history of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there are many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who died in the fortuitous encounter due to their lack of strength. Test? Upon hearing Huang Jiaqiao's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at the colorful sword chi in the surroundings. Currently, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the sword-shaped stone platform stopped emitting sword chi, the tens of thousands of sword chi that were circling around the cave suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction. The direction they flashed towards was precisely the direction Duan Lingtian was at. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Over 1,000 sword chis flashed past Huang Jiaqiao's body, and the ear-piercing sword whistles caused his scalp to go numb. His entire body stood on the spot, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he didn't dare to move at all. As the tens of thousands of sword chi flew toward him, Duan Lingtian held his sword horizontally. A crimson silhouette appeared on his back. It was none other than his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale garment. It was also a king-grade celestial weapon given to him by Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. As soon as the silhouette of the red scale garment appeared, it shone with a golden light and purple energy that resembled lightning bolts. Apart from that, a whirlpool appeared in the silhouette of the red scale garment and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At the same time, an earthy yellow light began to swirl around the silhouette of the red scale garment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast his strongest defense. Of course, this was the strongest defense that the Chaos Divine Earth could muster without the Chaos Divine Earth making a move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several tens of thousands of sword chi intertwined with each other, as though they had transformed into a terrifying sword net that was intertwined with each other as they swept down towards Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment on Duan Lingtian's body, creating ripples on its surface. Chi, 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 chi. When the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment, it evaporated like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron plate. In the end, the tens of thousands of sword chi failed to penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the test and officially obtained control of the gigantic sword. The formation on the sword has disappeared. When Duan Lingtian obtained the gigantic sword, he discovered that there was a formation on the surface of the gigantic sword. Moreover, it was the kind of formation that prevented people from dripping blood on it. At that time, he knew the gigantic sword did not completely belong to him even though he had obtained it. Now that he had passed the test and the formation had disappeared, the gigantic sword finally belonged to him. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Huang Jiaqiao was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian had easily passed the test. However, he could not help but sigh inwardly. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he was not confident he would be able to pass the test. Drip. This energy. It's so powerful. After Duan Lingtian dripped blood on the gigantic sword and infused it with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy surging in the sword. This energy was much stronger than the energy he had boosted with the long rod earlier. It was on a completely different level. Previously, I've only heard that a king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord is extraordinary. However, I've never used such a celestial weapon before. However, now, initially, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, after obtaining the gigantic sword, he was enlightened. A king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was much stronger than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. In fact, it could be said that the gigantic sword was extremely powerful. They were not on the same level at all. Although a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was powerful, it was still inferior to Duan Lingtian's royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Chapter 3005. Jia Chao. Is it possible that the people I killed possessed king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords before they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? When Duan Lingtian saw the difference between an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he was reminded of his loot. Of course, it's possible. Huang Jiaqiao nodded. In the past, when the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened, some of the forces that recommended the top overarching heavenly supreme celestials were given king-grade celestial weapons that were nurtured by celestial lords from the 3 sects and 2 clans. For ordinary forces in the profound nether mansion, a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord is extremely rare. However, for grade 7 forces like the 3 sects and 2 clans who have a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, it's not impossible to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Huang Jiaqiao said, most of the overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm came from grade 8 forces. Some grade 8 forces have king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Huang Jiaqiao paused for a moment before he continued to say, based on what I know, His Majesty gave the 4th Prince, Hu Jiyang, a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord during his trip to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Jiaqiao's words had undoubtedly dispelled some of his thoughts. After witnessing the difference between the gigantic sword in his hand and an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon, he wanted to confirm if there were any king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord among the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained earlier. If there were any, they must have obtained them in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, and their forces were unaware of it. Under such circumstances, even if the king-grade celestial weapons were exposed, their forces would not be able to trace it back to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was Duan Lingtian's thought before he asked Huang Jiaqiao about it. After asking Huang Jiaqiao, he knew that his idea was not feasible. It seems like these king-grade celestial weapons are still a secret, unless we can confirm they obtained the king-grade celestial weapons after they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, this is almost impossible. After all, they are all dead now. Although he felt that it was a pity, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be entangled in this matter. After putting the giant sword in his hand into the storage ring, he called Huang Jiaqiao and left the sword tomb cave together. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the sword tomb and passed through the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake, he could feel the vibrations behind him. It actually collapsed? Looking back, Duan Lingtian found that the sword catacomb had collapsed. The sword-shaped stone tablet on one side of the dilapidated door was also buried under a pile of rubble. At the same time, the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake also disappeared. The lake water swept out and shrouded the ruins of the sword tomb. Usually, a place with fortuitous encounters will self-destruct after someone obtains the fortuitous encounter. Huang Jiaqiao explained when he saw the shocked expression on Duan Lingtian's face. Although this was his first time entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, and he had not come across any fortuitous encounters before today, he had heard about the various fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded and left the bottom of the lake with Huang Jiaqiao. After leaving the lake, they continued to make their way to the Celestial Lord Temple. In the Devata realms, the 7 deadliest lands were places that would strike fear into the hearts of many. It was said that even heavenly emperors from Devata realms would most likely die if they entered one of the 7 deadliest lands. Among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, even the deadliest place in the Devata realms was a place that struck fear in people's hearts. Even the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms did not dare to enter the last fearsome place among the 7 great fearsome places. The Azura Hell was ranked 4th among the 7 deadliest lands in the Devata realms. There was no day or night in the Azura Hell. There was only an endless night of blood. The Azura Hell could be considered an independent realm. Although it was smaller than a Devata realm, it was not smaller than a realm of gods. Upon entering the Azura Hell, one could see that the sky was blood-red, and the ground was blood-red as well. Even the air between heaven and earth was filled with the thick stench of blood. In fact, even without entering the Azura Hell, even the area near the entrance to the Azura Hell was blood-red. Kill. Near the entrance of the Azura Hell, a middle-aged man covered in blood stepped into the air with a loud roar. He faced the giant python that was sweeping over from afar. The giant python was blood-red in color, and its body was covered in blood-red scales. Its body was over 100 meters long, and its sturdy body was intimidating. Its eyes were crimson red, and its fangs were extremely sharp. It charged at the middle-aged man at lightning speed. Its mouth was filled with a bloody aura, as though it was going to swallow the middle-aged man whole. In just a blink of an eye, the man and the snake passed each other. The moment the middle-aged man approached the giant python, his body nimbly dodged and avoided the giant python's bloody mouth. The giant axe in his hand swept through the air and fell between the giant python's eyebrows, forcibly splitting the giant python's head into 2 halves from top to bottom. Bang! In the next moment, the strong tail of the giant python that had already lashed out also fell on the middle-aged man's body in a timely manner, slapping the middle-aged man away. Barf! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily on the ground. He looked wretched, but a ferocious smile was plastered on his face. I finally killed it. The middle-aged man looked at the giant python. The middle-aged man stared into the distance. The 100-meter-long python fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely silent. All of a sudden, boom, rumble. When the middle-aged man heard the commotion in the distance, he instinctively looked up and saw a gigantic figure approaching him. Is this another blood eagle? The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he saw that the huge figure in the air was an extremely huge goshawk with blood-red wings all over its body that were like blades. Next, he looked down and fixed his gaze on the goshawk's claws. He could vaguely see a few blood-red scales on them. Could it be that the injured crimson blood python I just killed is its prey? The crimson blood python was the giant python that the middle-aged man had just killed. Otherwise, with his cultivation base as a 7-star celestial emperor, it would be impossible for him to kill the crimson blood python that was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, even if he had comprehended extraordinary profundities from the law. Since the crimson blood python was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, it was only natural that the profundities it had comprehended would not be weak. Based on the nether blood eagle's speed, it's most likely a 9 palaces celestial emperor as well. Suddenly, the middle-aged man saw the nether blood eagle's figure flash and leave a blood-red afterimage before his eyes. Instantly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, the middle-aged man closed his eyes in despair when he sensed the stench of blood in the air. He knew he would not be a match for the nether blood eagle even if he was at his peak, let alone now. He only had one choice if the nether blood eagle wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to resign himself to death. However, the death that the middle-aged man had imagined did not come. Instead, the stench of blood in the air disappeared. With your cultivation base, you're seeking death by staying near the entrance of the Azura Hell. Leave now. A faint voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man to subconsciously open his eyes. Boom. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the nether blood eagle lying on the ground not far from him. It had been full of energy just a moment ago, but now it had turned into a corpse. Upon closer inspection, he could see the nether blood eagle's forehead had been pierced. It was a fatal wound. At the same time, the nether blood eagle's body was riddled with holes as though it had been pierced by thousands of arrows. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the faint aura of the law of profundities spreading in the air. This is the law of destruction? In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure that flew away on the sword and turned into a small black in the blink of an eye. He said loudly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. May I know Senior's name? If there's a chance in the future, I'll do my best to repay your kindness." With the middle-aged man's cultivation base, he could tell the black dot was a young man's back even though he was injured. However, he did not dare to underestimate the other party just because of his young back. Someone who could kill the nether blood eagle in just a blink of an eye was most likely a 10 Directions celestial emperor who had comprehended powerful profundities. If you want to repay my kindness, help me go to a mundane realm called the Saint Province realm and look for a young man called Duan Lingtian. Once you find him, bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the middle-aged man said. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, the figure on the sword turned around, revealing a young, handsome, and stern face. "My name is Feng Qingyang." As soon as the young man finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. Feng Qingyang. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't that the name of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wasn't that Lord Heavenly Emperor chased by someone and fled into the Azura Hell and died? He's still alive. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply. Although he was not a member of the solitary destructive heaven, he had heard of the legend of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He knew that the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a terrifying figure. Chapter 3006. The guidance stopped? Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao followed the guidance and flew up and down. Finally, they arrived in the middle of the void. At this point, the guidance disappeared. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao looked at each other in confusion when they discovered their accumulative points jade vibrating. In the next moment, before they could react, they felt waves of mysterious power appear out of nowhere in the void around them. The energy shrouded their bodies, causing them to stiffen and lose their ability to move. What a terrifying energy! After being restrained by the energy, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. He could no longer see Huang Jiachao or the vast desert beneath his feet. At the same time, he subconsciously tried to break free from the shackles of that power. However, no matter what he did, his power was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It did not cause any waves. Boy, there's no need to struggle. That's the energy of a celestial lord. If I'm not mistaken, The energy must be taking you somewhere. The chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. It feels like a transportation formation. Transportation formation? Upon hearing the chaos divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian gave up resisting. His eyes lit up immediately. It must be taking me to the Celestial Lord Temple. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian gave up on resisting. After more than 10 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian discovered that he felt as though he was standing on solid ground even though he was originally flying in the air. At the same time, the darkness in front of him disappeared and was replaced by light. After looking around, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in a small room. There was nothing else in the room other than a stone bed. There were no windows in the small room. There was only a door that led outside. However, the door flashed with a mysterious light. It was clear there was a formation set up on the door. Where's Jia Chao? After Duan Lingtian finished observing the room, he finally remembered Huang Jia Chao. However, he discovered Huang Jia Chao was not by his side at all. Could it be that Jia Chao was also sent to another small room? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Huang Jia Chao was also sent to another small room when Duan Lingtian was sent to his room. When Huang Jia Chao discovered Duan Lingtian was not by his side, he instinctively wanted to open the door and look for Duan Lingtian. However, just as he was about to open the door, a mysterious light flashed on the door. In the next moment, the voice that had sounded when he obtained 10 points from his accumulative points Jade token appeared. Welcome to the Celestial Lord Temple. Now, you're in a sealed room in the Celestial Lord Palace. Even a 10-direction Celestial King wouldn't be able to break into this room. Now, you have 2 choices. The first choice is to cultivate here and wait until you leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since you've obtained 10 points, you'll be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by the transporting formation. The second choice is to open the door and search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, you'll have to face other people who are also searching for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Think about it carefully before you make your choice. At this point, the voice completely disappeared. Huang Jia Chao smiled wryly when he heard the voice. Did he have any other choice? He was certain he would be safe if he stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. However, if he left the Celestial Lord Temple, he could not guarantee he would not encounter and be killed by other overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he could find Duan Lingtian. Forget it. With my strength, I'm already very lucky to be alive. There's no need for me to risk my life for the fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. In the end, Huang Jia Chao made up his mind and decided to stay in the room until he left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew his limits. With his strength, without Duan Lingtian's help, it was unlikely he would be able to obtain any fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even if he was lucky enough to obtain a fortuitous encounter, he would not be able to keep it. After making his choice, Huang Jia Chao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. He would be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when the time was up. When Huang Jia Chao made his choice, Duan Lingtian heard the voice and knew the small room was inside the Celestial Lord Temple. Jia Chao is a smart person. I don't think he'll risk his life. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Without any hesitation, he opened the door and walked out of the room. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness to check if there were any overarching heavenly supreme celestials hiding in the dark. However, as soon as he left the room, he realized he was overthinking things. This was because he found himself in a spacious hall. The hall was dazzling with gold and jade, but it was empty. It gave off a lonely feeling. At the same time, Duan Lingtian turned around and discovered the room behind him had disappeared. It was clear he had stepped into a transportation formation as soon as he left the room. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Immediately after, he saw that in the originally empty hall, many solid figures had appeared. There were men and women, old and young, but all of them were emitting powerful auras. They're all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Duan Lingtian scanned the hall with his divine consciousness and discovered there were more than 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the spacious hall. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered these people looked no different from ordinary humans. However, their eyes were dim as though they had lost their souls. Are they battle souls formed by formations? Previously, Duan Lingtian had some understanding of formations in the Devata realms. He knew there were many formations in the Devata realms that could be used to form battle souls. Naturally, these formations required a large number of high-grade celestial crystals to maintain. It was like burning money to form battle souls. The strength of a battle soul depended on the grade of the formation used to form it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was facing a group of battle souls formed by formations. Moreover, all of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls can't cast profundities of laws, celestial methods, or divine abilities, they can still fuse with each other to increase their strength. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about the battle souls, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls began to fuse with each other. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls became 10 battle souls and merged into one. These 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although the 10 battle souls before Duan Lingtian were only peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense there was something different about them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian did not even have the time to carefully examine the differences between the 10 battle souls when their eyes flashed with a blood-red light. At the same time, they made their move and surrounded Duan Lingtian as they charged toward him. These battle souls are... Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Based on the speed of the 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian could tell each of them was much stronger than Huang Jia. These 10 battle souls are comparable to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended various Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who haven't comprehended any profundities of laws would feel pressured facing one of them, let alone 10 of them. Is this the first trial after entering the Celestial Lord Temple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. I hope Jia Chao didn't come out. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Huang Jiachao had not come out, he could not help but worry if Huang Jiachao thought he would be able to find him as soon as he stepped out of the room. With Huang Jiachao's strength, he would definitely die if he came out of the room. Any one of the 10 battle souls could easily kill Huang Jiachao. Swoosh. Faced with the 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the gigantic sword he had just obtained. The gigantic sword was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Elementary devouring tactic, earth elemental profundity, purple chi from the east, Akala king art. After retrieving the gigantic sword, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to unleash his full strength against the 10 powerful battle souls. The gigantic sword soared through the air like an eagle. It contained Duan Lingtian's full strength, causing the void to tremble and explode in its wake. Buzz. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword collided with one of the battle souls. Before the battle soul could react, it was sliced into two by the gigantic sword and turned into ashes. Buzz. Buzz. The gigantic sword continued to slash through the air and killed 2 more battle souls. After killing 3 more battle souls, it moved toward the 4th battle soul. At this moment, the void in the main hall began to tremble. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw his gigantic sword froze in the air, as though it was being restrained by some unknown force. However, Duan Lingtian was certain there was no force restraining his gigantic sword. What's going on? Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his skin when he saw this strange scene. He had no idea what was going on. Moreover, at this moment, he could feel there was no obstruction in his control of the gigantic sword. However, the gigantic sword was still frozen in the air. It's the law of time. Chapter 3007. The Law of Time? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, it's the Law of Time. The Chaos Divine Earth replied, after you killed the third war soul, the Law of Time's energy surged out of the formation in the hall and shrouded the area where your sword is, causing the time in that area to stop. If I'm not mistaken, the appearance of the temporal law at this time is definitely to prevent you from attacking the 7 battle souls. It wants the other 7 battle souls to complete the fusion. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, what happened next seemed to confirm the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The remaining 7 fighting souls converged at lightning speed and merged into one, forming a single fighting soul. This war soul was a middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was as sturdy as an iron tower. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were taut and his veins were pulsating. It was as if he had been suppressing his strength for a long time and was about to release it. In the next moment, a sword that was identical to the one in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared in the muscular middle-aged man's hand. The aura emitted from the sword was similar to the aura emitted by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It's moving. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that his sword that was frozen in place had finally moved. However, because the target of his attack was no longer there, this sword strike had missed its target. Lad, this battle soul is not to be underestimated. His current strength is on par with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended a law's fundamental profundity. In fact, he's slightly stronger than peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended a law's fundamental profundity, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Chaos Divine Earth said, I'll lend you a hand when the time comes. However, I'll only be able to prevent him from breaking through your defenses. You'll have to rely on yourself to kill him. It's a pity the profound divine metal is still asleep. If he wakes up and fuses with the first form profound divine metal, he'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. At that time, he'll be able to fuse with your offensive celestial weapon to further enhance your offensive strength. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized the battle soul's strength was not to be underestimated. The law of time won't appear again, right? If it appears again and immobilizes me, won't I be killed by the battle soul? Duan Lingtian was most concerned about this. Just now, the power of time law had caused the space where his weapon was to stop in time, allowing his attacking fighting soul to escape. Now, if the laws of time directly stopped the time in the space he was in, then he would definitely die. Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he thought of this. The law of time was too strange, too terrifying, and impossible to guard against. That's impossible. If that's the case, the Celestial Lord Temple would be treating human lives like grass. How would it benefit the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The Chaos Divine Earth dispelled Duan Lingtian's doubts. The law of time must have interfered with the battle soul to fuse with the battle soul. Now that the battle soul has fused with the battle soul, the law of time has accomplished its mission. If the law of time wanted to help the battle souls kill you, it could have just immobilized the space around you. Duan Lingtian agreed with the Chaos Divine Earth's words. You've passed the first test after entering the Celestial Lord Temple after killing this battle soul. However, if this is the first test of the Celestial Lord Temple, the subsequent tests you'll have to face will be even more difficult. The Chaos Divine Earth said again, trying to give Duan Lingtian a heads up. I know that. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the battle soul that had fused with the battle soul and said, as long as the law of time doesn't appear again, I'll be fine. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the battle soul charged forward with its huge sword in its hand. Similar to how Duan Lingtian had attacked earlier, the battle soul slashed at Duan Lingtian's waist as though it was trying to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Hermph! Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength again when he saw the battle soul charging toward him. His huge sword shook the void as a thunderous sound rang in the air. Clang! Duan Lingtian fought head-on with the battle soul, and the enormous sword in his hand directly collided with the enormous sword in the battle soul's hand. At the same time that they fiercely collided, it emitted an ear-piercing sound of collision. Meanwhile, boom, rumble. At this moment, the huge sword in Duanling Tian's hand collided with the huge sword in the battle soul's hand, and the huge sword in Duanling Tian's hand. What was even more exaggerated was the collision of the two huge swords. When the two swords collided, the sky abruptly trembled as a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions. At the next moment, the entire hall started to tremble due to the airwaves that swept out. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. What a powerful strength. It's on par with mine. The vibration that came from his hand allowed Duanling Tian to clearly feel the strength of the battle soul. It was actually on par with his full strength. At this moment, Duanling Tian realized that it would be difficult to determine the victor if he continued to fight head-on. He had to use his wits. Moreover, he still had the Chaos Divine Earth as his trump card. While Duanling Tian and the battle soul were engaged in a fierce battle, a gray-clad young man who had just passed the test walked out of another hall. After walking out of the hall, the gray-clad young man turned around and saw that the hall behind him was clearly visible to him. From this side, the wall that separated the hall was actually completely transparent. Soon after, the gray-clad young man discovered a group of people gathered outside the hall to watch the battle. The purple-clad young man must have brought someone with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying battle soul. Hong Tao, the genius from Compassionate Cloud Sect, was killed by the battle soul. Hong Tao had comprehended the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity. However, he was still killed by the battle soul in less than 100 moves. Hong Tao. He seemed to have helped his junior brother accumulate 10 points in his accumulative points jade before they entered the Celestial Lord Temple together. I'm sure his junior brother didn't dare to come out of the small room. Even so, Hong Tao still had to pay the price for helping his junior brother cheat. The Celestial Lord Temple will increase the difficulty of the test by targeting those who help others cheat. I see. In the same test, we only have to face 10 battle souls who are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, the purple-clad young man and the dead Hong Tao have to face such a terrifying battle soul. I've watched the battle between Hong Tao and the battle soul. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, after 100 moves, the battle soul's strength increased to a whole new level. It's comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from a law. It easily killed Hong Tao. Now, the purple-clad young man is equally matched with the war spirit. After 100 moves, when the war spirit's strength increases, he will definitely die. There were about 5 or 6 people standing outside a large hall, watching the situation inside while discussing spiritedly. So many people? The gray-clothed youth who had just walked out of the main hall looked around and saw that there were many separate halls around him. There was an empty space in the middle where one could stand and see the situation in any of the surrounding halls. He saw people fighting in a few other halls apart from the 5 or 6 people who were watching the battle. Their opponents were the same as the gray-clad young man. They were the battle souls of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended all kinds of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. The young man glanced at the main hall where these people were. He could tell that these people were very strong. 2 of them had crushed War Soul one-sidedly. The strength they displayed was not much weaker than his. They had all comprehended the fundamental profundity of one kind of law. That hall, retracting his gaze, the young man curiously walked towards the main hall where the 5 or 6 people were watching. At the same time, his gaze also fell on the main hall. It's him. With just a glance, the gray-clad young man saw the purple-clad young man who was fighting one of the battle souls. It was Duanling Tian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. His opponent, the gray-clad young man's attention was drawn to Duanling Tian's opponent. Although it was also a battle soul, it was much stronger than the 10 battle souls he had faced earlier. This battle soul, even with my current strength, I'm afraid I'll need more than 30 moves to kill it. Based on what I've just heard, The battle soul's strength will increase after 100 moves. The gray-clad young man's expression turned grim. It's already been 22 moves. Although the purple-clad young man is strong, he'll definitely die if he can't kill the battle soul within 100 moves. Even I can only wait for my death if I face this battle soul. The battle soul is too strong. Most importantly, we can't rely on celestial talismans, pills, and other external forces in the southern heaven ancient realm. That's right. Celestial talismans that contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke or above are useless here. As for pills, if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a pill to raise his celestial origin energy, his celestial origin energy will definitely be raised to the level of a celestial duke. At that time, he'll be killed by the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Unless one has comprehended two profundities from a law, it'll be difficult to kill the battle soul. After all, the battle soul is using a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Chapter 3008. He's dead for sure? However, the gray-clad young man did not comment when he heard the words of the people around him. Duan Lingtian is definitely not as simple as he seems. He was born with an extraordinary background, and because of that, he had a good eye for people. When he first saw Duan Lingtian, he sensed a familiar aura on Duan Lingtian. Although he was not sure what kind of aura it was, he seemed to have only sensed it in his clan and the realm where his clan was located. That aura feels a little like the aura of a divine weapon, but it doesn't seem like it. It feels like something's missing. The gray-clad young man muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. It's missing the divine weapon's soul. As soon as the gray-clad young man finished speaking, a voice rang in his mind. It was a woman's voice. The voice was elegant and cold, giving off a chilly vibe. Sister Huang, why you're awake? The gray-clad young man was not frightened when he heard the voice in his mind. Instead, his eyes widened in excitement as though he had encountered a joyous occasion.
Yes.
The woman's elegant voice rang again. When you met him previously, I regained consciousness. However, at that time, I couldn't communicate with you. The woman paused for a moment before she continued to speak. Little Feng, you've grown up? Upon hearing the woman's words, the eyes of the gray-clothed young man, which had always been sharp, involuntarily reddened. He clenched his fists tightly before he said to the woman, Sister Huang, one day, I'll avenge my sister and my clan. I believe in you, the woman said. Sister Huang will help you as well. Sister Huang you. Just when the gray-clad young man's eyes dimmed and he was about to say something, the woman interrupted him and said, Little Feng, I plan to fuse with the divine artifact in Duan Ling Tian's body and become its artifact soul. The divine weapon's soul in his body? The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words. His expression changed drastically. Sister Huang, why you're the soul of a prominent divine weapon. Even a mediocre divine weapon won't be able to withstand you, let alone a primitive divine weapon. Don't tell me the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's body that has lost its soul is a prominent divine weapon? The gray-clothed young man asked in a trembling voice as he looked at the purple figure in the hall. Apart from shock, there was still shock in his voice. You've heard of the divine weapon in his body, the woman said. I've heard of it. The gray-clad young man was stunned. Then, his eyes flashed. Sister Huang, are you trying to say that the Devata artifact in Duan Ling Tian's body is not only a prominent Devata artifact, but it's also a prominent Devata artifact from the divine offering land? The deity weapon in his body is called the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. The woman continued, What? The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword? The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words. That sword. Isn't it in the hands of Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan? How did it end up in Duan Lingtian's hands? Naturally, he had heard of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword before. In fact, most people in the divine offering land had heard of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword before. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was famous not because it was a prominent divine weapon, but because its original owner was very famous in the divine offering land. I'll have to ask him to find out. However, since the seven orifices exquisite sword is in his hands, it means he has a special relationship with Xiajie. The woman said, if you can befriend Xiajie through him, you'll have a powerful ally when you seek revenge in the future. The third master of the Xia clan is not a simple person. Sister Huang the gray-clad young man's heart trembled. The soul in his mind was the artifact soul of his elder sister's high-grade god artifact in the past. After her main body was destroyed, she hid in his mind at the risk of her soul being heavily injured. Then, she had guided him to escape from the divine offering land and the spirit overarching heaven, one of the Devata realms. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear the conversation between the woman and the gray-clad young man. Otherwise, he would have been shocked to see the gray-clad young man. After all, he knew the gray-clad young man did not have the word Feng in his name. However, that woman's voice had addressed him as Little Feng. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, another person appeared near the gray-clad young man. This person was none other than one of the people who were fighting in the other halls. He had passed the test and walked out of the hall. With just a glance, he recognized the gray-clad young man and the others who were surrounding Duan Lingtian. This person was none other than Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, who had fought with Duan Lingtian before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Not only was Xue Jingyu the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. It was due to his strength that he was able to reach this place. Cheating? When Xue Jingyu heard that Duan Lingtian had been punished by the Celestial Lord Temple for cheating, he could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not help Duan Lingtian accumulate more than 10 points. He'll definitely die? Xue Jingyu sneered when he heard the others say that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. After all, Duan Lingtian was not as weak as they had thought. Although the battle soul is strong and its attack is much stronger than the attack I used on Duan Lingtian, it's not strong enough to penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Back then, Duan Lingtian easily blocked my attack. Moreover, he didn't have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon at that time. Now that he has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, his defense must be even stronger. There's no way the battle soul can penetrate his defense. Now, if Duan Lingtian chooses to let the battle soul attack him, it won't be difficult for him to kill his opponent. Although Xue Jingyu had been defeated by Duan Lingtian before, he was convinced that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to kill the battle soul. However, I'm afraid I won't be a match for the battle soul. After all, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Xue Jingyu muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, the other profundity from the law of earth is a defensive profundity. At this moment, Xue Jingyu was still lost in his thoughts. In the main hall, just as Xue Jingyu had expected, Duan Lingtian no longer fought the battle soul head-on. Instead, he allowed the battle soul to attack him with all its might. In the next moment, the crimson scale robe appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. The crimson scale robe seemed to have become more corporeal as well. At the same time, the giant sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swept out like a thunderbolt towards the battle soul, who could not defend himself in time. However, the battle soul did not show any signs of stopping. It was obvious that it wanted to perish together with Duan Lingtian. In fact, the battle soul's goal was to kill Duan Lingtian. It did not care if it perished together with Duan Lingtian. Seeing this scene, the onlookers outside the main hall shut their mouths. They were dumbstruck. At the same time, they felt that this purple-clothed youth was crazy. He actually planned to die together with the battle spirit. Could it be that he did not know that by doing this, even if he really killed the battle spirit, he would still die? However, the sudden change in the next moment was completely out of their expectations. As expected, Xue Jingyu smiled faintly, as if he had guessed correctly. Oh my God! What a terrifying defense! At this moment, the gray-robed young man who was still communicating with the woman in his mind was completely awakened by the sudden exclamation in his ears. He managed to block the Battle Soul's full-force attack with his purely defensive King-grade celestial weapon? How did he do it? His purely defensive King-grade celestial weapon doesn't seem to have been nurtured by a celestial lord. Even if it was nurtured by a celestial lord, it shouldn't be strong enough to block the Battle Soul's full-force attack, right? He must have comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, ordinary profundities aren't enough to grant him such a terrifying defense. The second profundity from the law of earth he has comprehended must be a defensive profundity. The gray-clad young man heard the exclamations in the hall. In the front hall, the Battle Soul's full-force attack landed on the defense formed by the crimson vest silhouette on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body, but it was unable to break through the defense. However, Duan Ling Tian's thunderous attack had killed the Battle Soul. This guy is terrifying. How terrifying. I'm afraid only a handful of people below Celestial Dukes can break through his defense, right? Who's he? How can he be so powerful? I've never heard of him before. The young man who just came out called out his name. Perhaps he knows him. As they discussed, their doubtful gazes quickly landed on Xue Jingyu. His name is Duan Ling Tian. He's a genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Xue Jingyu said indifferently in the face of their doubtful gazes. A genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory? The people who thought the purple-clad young man was from a grade 7 force were shocked by Xue Jingyu's words. HM? Duan Ling Tian did not expect to see so many people staring at him as soon as he walked out of the hall. He recognized two of them. They were Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation. Chapter 3009. It seems like all of them have just passed the test. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian glanced at his surroundings. He discovered he could not only see everything that was happening in the hall he had just walked out of, but he could also see what was happening in the other halls as well. Duan Ling Tian looked around and counted the number of main halls. There were a total of 10 main halls. Currently, there were still 3 main halls where people were undergoing the test. A frown appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw the results of the tests. He realized that one of them had killed 7 out of the 10 Battle Souls, but the remaining 3 Battle Souls did not show any signs of merging. In the end, they were all killed by him. The other 2 had also killed more than 5 out of the 10 Fighting Souls. What's going on? Why is my test so much more difficult than theirs? Duan Ling Tian was slightly bewildered in his heart and felt that it was unfair. Duan Ling Tian. Xue Jingyu seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian's confusion, so he asked, "Did you help someone to accumulate 10 points and enter the Celestial Lord Temple?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Xue Jingyu in confusion. Although he did not know why Xue Jingyu would suddenly ask this question, he still nodded. He was the one who helped Huang Jiachao accumulate 10 points. That's right. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's nod, Xue Jingyu continued to say, "Since you helped someone to enter the Celestial Lord Temple by cheating, the first test you'll face after entering the Celestial Lord Temple will be more difficult. Before you, someone who's as strong as me died in the same test as you," Xue Jingyu said. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Cheating? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not expect there to be such a rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, when Duan Ling Tian recalled that those who left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and accumulated more than 10 points would lose their memories of what happened after they left the lower realm, he felt relieved. Under such circumstances, even if someone had experienced something similar, it was impossible for them to tell others. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a scene that surprised Duan Ling Tian happened. The East Ming Road cultivator, Ling Jueyun, actually took the initiative to greet him and walk towards him. Ling Jueyun. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun and nodded slightly. "Can we talk in private?" Ling Jueyun asked. Although he didn't know why Ling Jueyun asked this question, Duan Ling Tian didn't ask and just nodded. "Thank you." Seeing Duan Ling Tian nod, Ling Jueyun expressed his gratitude and entered the hall that Duan Ling Tian had just exited from. Duan Ling Tian followed him in. Ling Jueyun? When Xue Jingyu heard how Duan Ling Tian addressed Ling Jueyun, he found the name familiar. However, when he thought about it, he recalled Ling Jueyun was the prodigious rogue cultivator he had found in the East Ming nation. Ling Jueyun, a prodigious rogue cultivator who has comprehended the power of the law. He defeated all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation with his heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial cultivation base. When Xue Jingyu thought about this, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun had already entered the hall. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others could only see Ling Jueyun's back. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were standing opposite each other. Did you say the purple-clad young man is from the Thousand Nations territory? At this time, a middle-aged man among the other people looked curiously at Xue Jingyu and asked. The others also looked at Xue Jingyu.
Yes.
Xue Jingyu nodded. He's not the only one from the Thousand Nations territory. I'm from the Thousand Nations territory as well. The person who entered with him is also from the Thousand Nations territory. However, unlike me who's from the Southern Qi nation, both of them are just rogue cultivators who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the help of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Xue Jingyu said, I didn't expect there to be 3 people from the Thousand Nations territory in the Celestial Lord Temple, the middle-aged man sighed. I vaguely sensed that the purple-clad young man is younger than 100 years old, right? An old man standing next to the middle-aged man asked with a solemn expression on his face. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun entered the hall, the old man instinctively extended his divine consciousness and discovered Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old. However, he was not certain. What? Younger than 100 years old? That purple-clad young man? Impossible. It's impossible. With that kind of strength, if he's younger than 100 years old, wouldn't we have wasted our lives? Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone, including the middle-aged man, shook their heads. They did not think it was possible. He's right, Xue Jingyu said indifferently. Not only the purple-clad young man, but the gray-clad young man is also younger than 100 years old as well. If you don't believe me, when they come out later, you can check and confirm that I'm not lying. Xue Jingyu said, What? Both of them are younger than 100 years old. The purple-clad young man has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? Are you kidding me? Although the few of them still did not believe Xue Jingyu's words, they began to believe him. They did not think Xue Jingyu was lying. After all, as Xue Jingyu had said, they would be able to verify their age with their divine consciousness after the purple-clad young man came out of the hall. Naturally, if they wanted to verify their age, they could also enter the hall to verify their age. However, when they thought about the purple-clad young man's terrifying strength, they either dismissed the idea or did not dare to think about it at all. Although they were strong, they had only comprehended 1 profundity from a law. Their strength was far inferior to the purple-clad young man's. In the hall, is there something you need? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. Although he did not know why Ling Jueyun wanted to speak to him, he could not help but feel curious. Duan Lingtian, do you know Xiajie? Ling Jueyun asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Xiajie? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Ling Jueyun's question. At the same time, a storm rose in his heart. Xiajie. This name was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it could be said that the name left a deep impression on him. After all, Xiajie was Ker's 3rd uncle in her past life. Xiajie had saved Duan Lingtian's life in the mundane realm and given him a first-form profound divine medal and a Devata divine sword. Who's this Xiajie you're talking about? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. He found it hard to imagine how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Jueyun would know someone like Xiajie. Xiajie was stronger than the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was from the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. Xiajie, the 3rd master of the Xia clan, from the divine offering land. Ling Jueyun enunciated each word clearly. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ling Jueyun mention the divine offering land. At the same time, he was certain Ling Jueyun was referring to the Xiajie he knew. Ling Jueyun is just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How does he know about Xiajie? How does he know about the divine offering land? Duan Lingtian was confused. He could not figure out how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Jueyun would know about the divine offering land. How do you know I know him? Duan Ling Tian secretly gasped as he focused his gaze and asked in a deep voice. That's because the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body is in his possession. Since it's with you now, I'm sure he gave it to you. Ling Jueyun replied. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun warily. Who are you? Ling Jueyun looked at Ling Jueyun warily and asked, Who are you? I'm from the divine offering land. Ling Jueyun seemed to have guessed Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. To be more precise, I'm from the Ling clan in the divine offering land. It's a reclusive clan that stands aloof from worldly affairs. Ling Jueyun clenched his fists tightly when he mentioned the Ling clan. His eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged out of his body. Although our Ling clan is not as famous as the Xia clan, and we're slightly weaker than the Xia clan, the Ling clan used to be as glorious as the Xia clan. Ling Jueyun's voice turned cold as he spoke. It was as if he had fallen into the depths of winter. Does he hate his clan? Or perhaps, did something happen to his clan? Although Ling Jueyun did not continue speaking, Duan Ling Tian could sense Ling Jueyun's hatred from Ling Jueyun's killing intent. Duan Ling Tian's hatred was so strong that it was irreconcilable. You wanted to talk to me in private, just to say this? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun had been conversing through voice transmission ever since they entered the main hall. Apart from Duan Ling Tian's first sentence, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun had been conversing through voice transmission. No. Ling Jueyun shook his head and continued to speak through voice transmission. I'm here to discuss. Let one of my sisters become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body. 7 orifices exquisite sword? Sword soul? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes again. What do you mean? My sister used to be the weapon soul of a prominent god weapon. That prominent god weapon was my sister's personal weapon. When my sister passed away, the prominent god weapon was taken away. My sister took advantage of the fact that the prominent celestial weapon had yet to be recognized as its master and escaped from the prominent god weapon at the cost of being severely injured. She's currently residing in my spiritual sea, Ling Jueyun said. Once she becomes the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, her life will be in your hands. You don't have to worry about her harming you. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.